and welcome to this. It is week 7 of the OPL. My name is Michael Hingers-Hing, and joining me here we have Choo Choos and also Jish. Thank you for being here. A massive week of OPL. A lot of things. This is the first week we're going to be playing on 7.15. Are we going to see Urgot? Are we going to see Babbitt play as the Black Death makes its way through Legacy? Are we going to see Akali top? Who knows? I'm very, very excited. How's your week been, Choo Choos?
It's been good. Yeah, coming into this is the first rematch of this regular split, so this will be an interesting week.
Jish?
Yeah, I've been battling off the plague for the last week, so probably not as good a week as Choo Choos, but no, not a bad one.
Cutting through everyone in the OPL, hasn't it? Legacy House, Chiefs House.
Yeah, I think Direwolves unleashed chemical warfare on everyone else or something.
All right, we'll set it here. Tweet at them. Let them know that is an official accusation. Let's take a look at the standings as they stand right now in the OPL. We have Legacy right now out in front, 7 wins, 0 losses on 17 points. Behind them on 1 point. Less is Direwolves and Chiefs, rounding out the top 3. Sin Gaming and Avant rounding out the playoff spots. And Abyss, Regicide, and TM are all in the kind of promo relegation drop zone-ish right now. So it's it's very tight all over it, to be honest. Very tight all over it. But let's take a look at today's matches because they will be definitive in terms of standings. AV are going to kick things off, taking on Legacy. Direwolves will then take on Regicide. Tomorrow we see Chiefs versus Abyss and TM versus Sin. A lot of banana peels. All this for the top teams this week. They could slip anywhere. But let's take a look at our first game of the day. AV Gaming taking on Legacy. And let me start by saying, I feel like today's match is something of a mismatch of expectations. Because at the start of this year, Legacy, as you said, Carbon said, look, this is a year of us rebuilding. And now 6 months later, they look like the best team in the OPL. Meanwhile, AV said this is their year to win it all. And they've been kind of struggling the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, AV have been saying that for a while now, and they've kind of remained around 4th, 5th for 2 years. Yeah. But yeah, they did have a promising start to the split. They did take a game off Legacy in week 2, and it was really after Rift Rivals when Sin, Direwolves, and Legacy went over that you could see they kind of struggled to get their footing again.
Yeah, no, jumping off the back of that, I guess they had some early victory over Sin and TM as well as taking that one game off Legacy, as you mentioned, and they sort of came out of the gates charging a little bit. And then, over that break, they slowed down a bit, and I guess they haven't really picked up the pace since.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, I hate to use the word coasting, but it does feel like they are beating the teams they're meant to beat, and then losing, and then dropping games against the better teams. They haven't really, in the last couple of weeks, taken a series off one of the top teams. This could be it. So let's talk about individual matchups, shall we? I don't want to talk about top lane because series from AV versus Tally from Legacy. Yeah. I mean, obviously, Maokai is going to be a contested pick. Is it going to get through pick ban? Do you reckon, Jish?
Absolutely not. I think that we saw a few people trading around it when the Zac was open, and that was a bit stronger on the last patch. Now on 7.15, when Maokai didn't get touched, he seems to sort of be the outright best tank, and I think that after a week more of practice, everyone's probably realised that now. And I think Siri's got his 2 free chances to win his games, and probably won't get another one.
Yeah, I mean, the champion that I'd like to highlight is probably the Gnar. I know Tally will definitely go for the Gnar if it's open, and Seri's champ will, as just said, the Maokai probably won't be open.
Yeah.
So he will be forced onto probably the Gragas or the Jarvan or the Renekton. We've seen the Renekton be taken away from him quite a fair bit.
Well, we saw last week when AV were able to pick whatever champs they want because Regicide lost their bans. They absolutely prioritized the Renekton. It was Caitlyn, Janna, Elise, Talia, Renekton. So it's
definitely his best champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Gnar, I'm very curious to see if Series actually plays Gnar. I don't think he's had a game of Gnar yet, but that's been really good in the tank meta.
There's been some discussion on the desk and elsewise about whether or not Gnar is a counter to Renekton or whether it just doesn't lose to Renekton. Do you guys have any particular thoughts on that?
No, it does. It beats Renekton.
Right.
I don't care what anyone says.
It outscales, but the early stages of the lane are fairly even. I know people tend to playing at least Renekton into Gnar, just because you can shut down the Gnar into a cocoon and they'll snowball the lane for Renekton.
Well, if Sybil's the OG, Elise.
Yeah,
Elise Renekton keeps their top lane safe. Yeah, all right. Well, elsewhere on the map, I feel like we should talk about mid lane because I feel like this is the carry threat for AV. Triple into Claire. Claire obviously tweeting out this week that he is deathly ill.
Yeah.
He's going to infect us all.
I saw him before the game. He doesn't look too good.
Oh, no.
He doesn't look too good.
Oh, no. Change your tips.
Conversely, I saw him before the game, and I tried to, throw in a cheeky jab, and I was like, oh, you're a bit sick, not going to play well today. So he's like, no, I'm fine. I'm ready to go sort of thing. So
he's putting on a brave face.
Yeah, I think his voice was a bit croaky, so maybe he's not. Maybe he was lying a little bit. But no, I think that think he's probably over the majority of the illness, and I don't know. I don't think it will impact him too much. And then if it does, he sort of has the other 4 players around him to definitely carry him over that finish line.
Yeah. This is probably advanced win condition.
It's what Claire being ill and
probably the only win condition. If I'm being brutally honest. He's been playing a lot of the Corki, so you can see that they have a similar playstyle to Direwolves. They like to pick a strong scaling mid laner for triple and then try and control the game enough that he will be able to snowball and carry through a good laning phase.
Yeah, and he sort of has that that inbuilt pressure too when he gets the package timing. That if you have the strong mid laner who can play Corki, another champion like that's Talia sort of thing, is that he can also impact the side lanes. So obviously, if your top and bottom lane aren't performing too well, but you can get on something like the Corki, there's a big bailout effort, I guess, if you get that package 8 minutes and dive the top laner.
Well, speaking of AV, let's take a look at their lineup as they're getting ready right now in the OPL studios. Their top laner, who we spoke about, is Series. Their jungler is Sybil. Their mid laner and potential carry threat is Triple. And their bot lane is made up of their AD carry Blinky and their support player Jake, who is, they're all looking pretty calm, like they're in good spirits going into this. And let me tell you, I tried to buy one of their new jerseys. This is not an endorsement by any means, but I went to their shop, tried to buy a new one of the new jerseys. We weren't even on sale yet, so maybe they'll bring them out later.
AV Hingers, you heard it here first.
AV Hingers. That's what, like.
I don't think the players on AV
They're
would say that.
good-looking
Anyway.
jerseys, though.
Yeah,
I love the
like
new
them.
design that
I
they're
like
going
them.
on.
I like them. Yeah. Needs more prominent Maxibon sponsorship in my mind. But all right, let's take a look at Legacy, shall we?
All right.
Their opponents getting ready in the OPL studios. And these guys looking very good and in fine form as we get into this week 7. Their top laner is Tally. Their jungler and captain is Carbon. Wearing the glasses today. Their mid laner, who we spoke about, his potential illness, is Claire. And their AD carry, last year's Rady medal winner, is Lost. And Cupcake in support. You can see glimpses of Soul Strikes there in the background. Their coach. And do you think they're going to be going back to that the same kind of playstyle they did last week with the kind of wombo, if Maokai, Bard, ults,
Orianna,
the team fights?
Why not?
Yeah.
Like, you've showed it. It works.
Yeah.
You've been beating everyone, really. They haven't lost a single series yet. There's if they do want to hold on to some champions that they've been developing, why not wait till the gauntlet phase and save it for that time?
Bust it out then.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Legacy have shown that they're very good at, like a select few sort of things. And so far, no one in the OPL has shown a way to beat it. So I think that, they can probably stick to their strengths right now.
All right, let's take your guys' predictions then before we get into this first match. Choo-Choo's, as an official sub of Legacy, do you think you boys are going to take this one?
Yeah. I think they've got this one.
Yeah.
They've shown steady improvement. This should be a clean 2-0 for the boys.
Jish?
Yeah, I think that it will be a 2-0 today, and I think that Legacy, have looked really good recently, and that they'll just take this one quite cleanly.
All right, well, let's take a look at your tips, opltips.com.au, and Legacy, huge favourites to beat
That's what I want to see.
What, 85-14? As the social media manager for Legacy, I mean, your campaigns are looking quite successful there, Choo-Choos.
Yeah, I mean, it's really easy when they're winning. Just keep. I would love to see another 2-0.
Yeah.
Even though I know AV definitely do have the potential to pick a game.
They've obviously taken a game early in the split,
Yeah,
so
they
they
have.
could easily do it again.
But I know that every point is crucial at this part of the split. And
Absolutely.
to hold on to first seed, they need to make sure they get a 2-0 today.
All right, well, if you're watching along at home on Twitch chat or on Twitter, do let us know your questions about patch 7.15 because I'll pose them to our analysts during our analyst segments. But for now, it is time for us to get into our first match of the day. So let's throw it over to you casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thanks, Hingers. I'm Matthew Fisher. Joining me is Jake Spontaby, or as his Instagram says, Batman and Robin, which is strange because normally Batman introduces Robin most of the time.
I don't think either of them introduce each other. They're crime fighting superheroes. Like, why would you ever introduce yourself? At that point, if people don't know who you are, Fish, you're not a superhero.
That's fair. So kind of like Michael Higgins singing a little bit. But we're going into this first game today. Legacy taking on AV. Last time they went up against each other, AV were able to pick up a game, but it was still a decisive finish from Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly was. And ever since then, Legacy really has been on a steady improvement. As we keep mentioning, they are the top of the table right now. They seem to be very good at playing these team fighting comps. So looking forward to seeing whether anything has changed in the last week, Fish. Of course, after Super Week, people got a couple of days break before they went back into their scrims. See whether that does impact.
And as you're saying, Legacy definitely have been adapting to this meta very well. going through with a lot of team fighting team compositions. AV, a bit of a shaky start, especially with their Wukong top in the first game after patch 7.14.
Yeah, I think they just had a meta misread. That's going to happen every now and again. I mean, it's not a massive deal. We'll see whether it does continue. It's when, you know, you can't adapt 2, 3, 4 weeks into a meta that you really have to start worrying.
Yep. We've
We've even seen teams like SKT, Rocks, Tigers historically perform really poorly on new patches. Legacy, they've got a great coach in Soul Strikes. They picked it up quickly. I'm sure Pinch has been doing his hard work.
Yeah. Let's see if AV are able to do the same thing they did in the first round of the OPL, which is to take a game off Legacy or potentially try and pick up this series. For now, though, Gragas, Maokai, and Zaya banned out by AV, with Elise, Thresh, and Zac taken away by Legacy. That leaves the first pick of Sejuani for Sybil.
Yeah, and that makes a little bit of sense. I mean, we've seen Sybil already take down the direwolves on his Sejuani. Likes being able to play, you know, a little bit more farm style in the early game. They were talking about Elise. That's been banned away, obviously. I don't really like Elise as a pick at the moment. We talked to Carbon a little bit about it last week, Fish. Has a timer on it, we feel, at the moment. Definitely doesn't scale as well.
Yeah. But it's definitely a Sybil champion, and both his signature jungle picks of Zac and Elise were banned out by Legacy, who have gone for the Jarvan first pick, with Tristana as their AD carrier of choice. Jarvan very strong in the current meta. Lost, on the other hand, on this Tristana. Incredibly strong pick, and we've seen what he can do with this champion. He was able to pick up that win against the Direwolves and snowballed Legacy to victory. Curious to see what AV are going to pick in response. Callista gets picked up as their AD carry. They should pick up a support here.
And we already spoke the other week about Blinky's Callista. We think that he is much more comfortable on the champion. Gives Jake a little bit more utility as well. I like him on the Callista and the Caitlyn. They're probably the two picks that he has looked good on. They're split. See whether that continues to help out. However, yeah, that's a little bit disrespectful. However, Tristana was seen as a historical counter to Callista. So they've picked it into what is a pretty poor AD carry matchup at the least, Fish.
They do pick up Braum, though, which does incredibly well into hyper carries like Tristana. And does deny the Tristana Braum lane, which we have seen Legacy use to great success.
Yeah, we certainly have. I thought, you know, when it was a little bit of a kill lane, that it wasn't going to be as successful as it was. I also want to talk about something that Legacy's just done. Typically, you want to save counter pick for top and mid lane. They've taken up Jarvan, who most likely will be a top laner. We've seen Tally play it a lot, as well as Orianna. So they've pretty much blind picked what they think are two of the strongest champions in the current meta. Of course, with Jarvan at least, there's a little bit of flexibility, but they had the opportunity in these next two picks to guarantee at least one counterfish. And they haven't decided to draft that way, instead hiding Cupcake's champion pool and potentially that man on your screen who's having a little bit of a yawn.
Unless he goes for the Java jungle, which we have seen quite a few people do both locally and internationally.
I like Jarvan jungle at the moment. He actually clears pretty quickly. Buy me Cinder for 900 gold just like solved all his issues.
Yep.
So I don't mind it, but historically it has been Tally's champion.
Yeah, so very curious to see what Soul Strike's trying to draft here. Could be exactly what you mentioned, which is these are the two strongest picks, and they think that picking them up straight away is the best way to do it. And there are a couple bans throwing Carbon's way already. Nunu being taken off the table. It's been some time since we've seen the captain of Legacy play his Nunu in the jungle.
Cupcake's just going to play Bard here. I mean, the next pick we're going to see is Bard. He likes playing it into Braum. We've already talked about this a lot on the desk. They like Bard, Orianna. We've seen that in the last couple of weeks a lot. And then Carbon can kind of play whatever the heck he wants. They banned Kayn against him. That's hilarious.
Kayn and Nunu. Two very polarizing champions that Carbon plays get banned out.
Both are very invade heavy, however.
True.
Kayn, the easiest way to get an early evolution is to just guarantee a skirmish with the other jungle. And you generally jungle quicker than them. So it's going to be one of those champions that we see a little bit more often. I've been hitting like 10-minute evolve times on Kayn if you can get into the other enemy's jungle. If you can't, you're really in some trouble.
We saw a little bit of that from Only last week when he played it for TM. However, as you mentioned, Bard was picked up by Legacy as their support of choice. Clay gets locked in for AV. Now they have to pick up their mid laner, go up against the Orianna, and it's Corki.
And this is really interesting, right? Because we already mentioned the Corki on the analyst desk. It's something that Triple likes to play. It gives them scaling. Kled historically beats out the Jarvan in the top lane. We saw Swiper kill Tally, I think, twice in the laning phase when the Chiefs played, and then, of course, Tally just ran away with the rest of the game. But now does Tally actually hot swap? Give it over to Carbon and pick something a little bit more standard in the top lane, like a Cho'Gath. That would work. That can potentially be a jungle or a top laner at the moment.
And I really like Cho'Gath in the jungle because you can... It's strange to say, you get less gold, but you get more health in the jungle as Cho'Gath. So that's going to be picked up by Carbon here.
Do you?
Because of the Cinderhulk.
I mean, you can just get another Warmogs in top lane instead of that Cinderhulk.
True, but Warmog's expensive. Cinderhulk, very cheap. Very good
Warmogs
item.
actually isn't even that expensive anymore, Fish. It's a
that's true.
pretty bloody cheap item that builds out of great components.
I hate Warmogs.
And gives you some cooldown reduction, if you don't mind.
Warmog sucks.
But
But
yeah.
Tally is going to play at top lane. It's actually going to be Java Jungle.
That's what I said. I mean, all of a sudden, you've been countered, so you throw the wide flex up. I don't think Kled's going to be able to kill Cho'Gath at all after he gets a couple of items. Obviously, you can go Righteous Glory Rush, makes him a little bit better in the top lane as well.
Yeah, disgusting. Cho'Gath is a disgusting champion at the moment. Despite this being 7.15 and he's been nerfed, he can still almost one-hit most squishy champions.
Exactly right. As soon as you get that Gargoyle Stone Plate plus a couple of tanks items, you just walk up to someone and you just bite them. And it hurts a lot. I'm actually going to call it. I think we're going to see it mid lane before the week is out as well.
Okay.
We saw it in the LPL last night. If people are going to continually blind pick mid Galio, I think that Cho'Gath is an absolute fine answer to it. And it really does give him a little bit more of a tough lane.
AP in the mid lane or goes pure tank still?
Pure tank
Oof.
is the exact same as Galio in that regard. So we'll see whether that actually does work out. I thought it was quite a cute counter pick there. But as far as this game goes, I think that Legacy have kind of got everything they want.
Yep.
And that AV, this is a new comp we haven't seen out of them, haven't seen the Kled before. And we'll see whether they can keep the pressure up in their side lanes that they need to be able to win this one.
I mean, this composition really feels like they're going towards comfort almost. Maybe barring Jake, who was on a melee support champion. He likes to be on more of the carry supports.
Likes to be on
Blinky
Janna.
Yeah, Blinky on Callista, Corky for triple with Sybil on one of his signature champions. Very curious to see how AV are going to stand up against Legacy here today. But for now, let's check in with Hingers, who is standing by with AV's coach, Pinch.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Pinch. I want to ask about Legacy Zac ban to you guys. So we've seen, obviously, Sybil very strong with Zac, but Zac's just had a bunch of nerfs going in. So without having to give too much away about whether or not you would have picked it anyway, I mean, how much do you think these nerfs have affected Zac's playstyle?
Sure. Well, firstly, we did expect them to ban Zac, even though it has been nerfed on the patch. I definitely still feel that Zac's strengths are exemplified in his play. He can engage and he can re-engage very well. So I think he's still a strong pick. Well,
Staying with jungle, then you guys have gone a very heavy priority on picking up that Sejuani, which we saw Sybil use against the Direwolves a couple of weeks ago. Is that a pick that kind of like defines your entire comp, or is it just kind of you get a good pick for jungle and then you kind of move forward from there?
we definitely want to team fight with this comp, and we feel like setting up a strong front line early in the draft can really enable that later on. We're very comfortable playing with Sejuani. It's something we're very good at. So yeah, picking it early makes us a very good team fighting team later on.
All right. Well, thanks for speaking to us and best of luck in the match.
Thanks.
Makes sense. Legacy's going to team fight on this patch. That's all they've shown us, really. So why not just fight fire with fire? There's obviously the opposite train of thought where you go 1-3-1 very heavy, which Corky and Kled also can do, but they're definitely quite good at team fighting as well, Fish.
Yep, they certainly are. Very curious to see if AV can pull the trigger, so to speak, against Legacy, though, because this is Legacy's bread and butter. Fighting fire with fire might not necessarily work when you're against an Infernal Blaze.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And as far as their comp goes, I think they've got a pretty good one. I like the Braum Sejuani. This is kind of how we first saw it come out. We also see Jake not go for a coin, still going for Targon.
Yep.
We thought we would see pretty much exclusively coin down in the bottom lane now, Fish.
I mean, Cupcakes picked up the coin as well, which is more staple on the range supports, but into a melee spot matchup, would have expected him to go Spell Thieves.
Yeah, I just don't know whether you get more gold off it, to be honest. I've been playing on, a little bit of coin support. I think it certainly feels good now as Tally looking to dismount Skull already.
Does so. So that's a very early dismount coming out from Tally on the top side of the map. Doing well. And whereas Carbon is doing something a little bit cheeky here, tries to slide through the Baron pit to get into the blue side of AV's jungle, spotted out by two well-placed wards.
One of them was a Rift Scuttler, so Sybil went down and grabbed Rift Scuttle real early. Don't actually know why, because it's cost him a lot of tempo in the jungle. And then because Tally was pushing in incredibly hard, it's given Carbon access to take away the whole of the top side, and Sybil's going to have no camps, Fish.
He's 3-buffed him. He's taking his own blue and red. Yeah, he's taking blue buff away from Sybil. Gives him a bit of a leash on Gromp though, so that's nice of him.
Yeah, it certainly is. But now do you just go top lane and look for the gank because Series is overextended and Carbon has a flag and drag?
This is poor coming out from Series. He's going to at least blow flash. He's trying to remount, but he doesn't even flash the CC and just dies for first blood.
And Carbon flashes himself, didn't have to, so it gives him a little bit of a dance. But that's a very nice first blood. Silence. We're talking to, I think I was talking to Jish about it before the game. The most annoying part of Cho'Gath's whole kit at the moment, I feel, is the silence. It's actually just completely obnoxious. Sure, he can one-hit you, but the silence means that you can't do anything while he's doing it. So, not a massive fan. See whether Carbon loops around for another game.
Yeah, there's not many champions left in the game who have silence. Both LeBlanc and Cassidens has been taken away, changed into a interrupt instead of a silence.
Yeah, it stops the channel now as opposed to anything else. Good point. Who else has it? Malzahar, Garen.
Soraka.
Soraka has one. That's a zone field. I don't mind that one as much.
Does Garen even silence anymore?
Yeah, he still silences.
Match it. It's been a long time since we've seen him played in competitive
Hey,
League
I
of
played him
Legends.
like 3 days ago.
I played him last night. He's great, but we haven't seen him in a competitive League of Legends match for a long time. Oh. But yeah, good gank at the top lane coming out from Carbon. Series playing up a little bit disrespectfully almost. They knew Carbon was topside and double buff as well.
Yep. See whether he goes again because he doesn't have to go this way. He could have, yep. So he's going to walk straight up river, see where the Series is spotted out.
Yeah, we'll spot him out now. Charges away straight away. So playing very topside focus at the moment, Carbon, and making sure Tally has a nice lead, which is always good for Cho'Gath.
Yeah, however, it does mean that there's some pressure being exerted bottom lane. You can see Sybil actually going in for the Wolf camp. Means that Cupcake is going to leave and see whether he can disrupt a little bit. He should at least try and kill that little wolf now, Cupcake.
He just slaps him quite a few times. Sybil takes a blast cone over. Cupcake's forced a magical journey his way out. Jake's been called over to help out with this jungle clear.
Carbon is here, however, and he has got boots as well as Balmy Cinder.
These two just must be great friends, leashing Gronk for each other. Back to back. First Sybil, then Carbon.
That's a level 5 Jarvan. He's ahead of his solo laners, nearly an experienced fish. Doesn't have many camps left up and available because he just did clear his Raptors. So we'll see where he goes now, whether he looks to invade topside again.
And would a lot of that be from the wave he took from Tally?
I mean, he only took 3 creeps of experience from Tally. So it shouldn't be from that. I think it'll be, you know, the extra experience from both the kill as well as the blue buff. And then the fact that he got a full clear on the first time around the jungle. Has lost double Rift Scuttle and things like that. So it's not the worst news story from Sybil. He's not going to be 100 CS down this time.
Yeah, and catch-up mechanics in the jungle are incredibly strong at the moment, so...
Too strong at the moment. I think that is the first thing we should look to nerf, if my opinion holds anything. Good ward.
Lead out by Legacy.
Oh, and Tally now has level 6. This is where it gets really interesting as a Cho'Gath, because you can actually start counter jungling very effectively as a top lane Cho'Gath. Oh, good shockwave.
Yep, triple as well as Claire going toe-to-toe in the mid lane, both trading quite equally.
Because you can bite the camps, is all I was going to say. You jungle pretty quickly, you just go take a Gromp or take the big Krug, bite it, and then you walk back to your lane and you have a free camp on them, and also some extra health. Player face check.
They're going to get jumped on by Sybil. Carbon comes over the wall. They're trying to burst down Sejuani. Sybil flashes over and Triple goes aggressive as well. Big play from AV.
That's actually a great play out of Triple to flash over that wall because we saw already that Claire wasn't going to be able to get any further away, couldn't make up any more distance after he'd already used Dissonance for the speed up as well as the flash. Also gives access to the second blue for Avant Gaming.
Carbon's going to try and contest this, so it'll be a smite battle here. If they decide to take it, or he just loses patience and resets.
That's perfect for Carbon. Carbon doesn't want to take it anyway. He wants to give it over to Claire. So allowing a reset to go down is certainly the best of both worlds right now. However, it does allow Sybil to catch up, and it gives a kill over to Triple, who's 100% a win condition at this stage for his team.
Yeah, he's already picked up his Sheen, so it's a small power spike on the Crocky.
Aggressive build, seeing a Sheen first into an Orianna.
Yep.
Wouldn't expect to see the Hex Drinker, but you do tend to see Phage first into control mages that can use their ultimate to burst you out of the lane. And you can see that off the back end of that, they're actually going to invade the blue buff on top side because they feel that Tally has more control.
And they've got it. 3 members come up. Carbon smites it for some damage, and Claire should be able to finish the blue buff. And that's a good counter jungle coming out from Legacy.
Certainly is. Now, you know, Carbon can go across. He can grab his own blue, or he can hand off the blue to Tally again, to Claire again when it's at 40%. We're seeing an Emax top lane out of the Cho'Gath, for those wondering at home. So more percentage health damage going across. As Kled is a percentage health stacker, that would make a lot of sense to me, Fish. Don't know about you. You're the top lane guru at the moment.
I mean, Emax is just way too strong on Cho'Gath at the moment. Despite the nerfs that have come in for 7.15, it's still his strongest ability. It's an auto attack reset, scales a percentage of health as well as your feast stacks. But if you weren't going for the Emax, you'd expect the W to be the next one to go for.
That would give you a little bit more wave clear instantly. Obviously, E's great at wave clear over a long time. They actually give it over to Carbon. That's a nice thing to do to a Jarvan jungle. Jarvan does spam abilities to clear jungle. So the more blues you get, the better it is.
It doesn't have any natural sustain as well, so blue buff helps him spam that shield a bit more.
The W. Triple goes.
Ooh, jumps over the wall, gets good damage in the Cupcake, and Sybil is here to try and take him out. Carbon coming in to try and stop this one. Great Temper Fate comes out of Cupcake. That keeps him alive. The bowler will come out of Sybil, but Shockwave keeps him back. Cupcake's alive. AV still want this fight. Claire's the next target, taken out very low. Winter's Bite will lock him down, and Triple gets a second kill.
Yeah, and this time it was, you know, Cupcake getting a little bit caught out, but obviously a Master on Bard does bait them in for quite some time. But in the end, good follow-up out of Jake to be able to rotate across, use that flash ultimate to engage the team fight. And Blinky and Jake are actually having a terrific laning phase down here, Fish. They're up 13 CS. Jake was able to get across to that in time. And Lost and Cupcake are losing out on this 2v2.
Yeah, they're not sticking their lane. They've been heavily invaded by Sybil as well, forcing Cupcake into the jungle a lot of the time. But AV have played the map rotations fantastically to aid their jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great point. Carbon has spent a lot of time top side of the map. You can see that Sybil was already within his jungle. That's a really nice ultimate flash as well. They probably could have just decided to leave after that. However, they look to fight it. They turn around, blow up Sybil, but it took 2 ultimates, Fish. That just means that there's no follow-up for the rest of the team fight. Carbon can't get back in there. He's already used all of his abilities.
But yeah, no collapse coming up from Lost or Blinky, so Blinky's doing a good job of keeping the Tristana pressured underneath her turret, which is strange because that's normally what we see from Tristana into Kalista.
Yeah, completely agree. I think that it is going to be a little bit of that invade, but also just a little bit of the support matchup. I mean, we've already said this, but Bard's laning phase is what we nerfed about him. His roams are still fantastic, but laning phase certainly shouldn't be all that it was when he was an incredibly, you know, must-pick ban champion. So good to see that it's being punished slightly, but still has had impact around Summoner's Rift. You see Hurricane start, always players into trouble.
Yeah, jumping straight onto the Orianna again. Good use of the Shockwave to knock both Triple and Sybil back.
That's how you know someone's a good Orianna, Fish. When they're able to use their ultimate, time it well enough that it pulls people back into the epicenter, into the middle, and then it just gets rid of any aggression that was going to be there. Really nice to see. Tally actually ate series there. Didn't end up killing him, but
You wanted to, didn't quite get it. Now Carbon's in a bit of a sticky situation. We'll be able to flag and drag over the wall. But Avant are really attacking this mid lane.
yeah, they're sending multiple people up time and time again. They're trying to get access to the blue buff. I completely agree with you. And I would say that as far as Avant's comp goes, it comes online a little bit earlier. I mean, Kalista versus Tristana. Kalista's going to be better at, you know, 1 and 2 item. And then as far as Corki goes, he's the 1.5 item specialist versus, you know, Orianna that probably needs more 2 towards 3. So
Yep.
I like the position that AV is in right now. They have a chance to be able to take over this game.
Let's see if they can continue to apply this pressure on the bottom side of Legacy jungle, as well as pressure out Claire in the mid lane. Well, as was mentioned on the desk, has been a little bit under the weather recently, but that does not seem to be affecting how he's playing so far.
Certainly affecting how I'm casting. I absolutely cannot breathe at the moment, so that's all right. We'll get through this, Claire and I both. This plague that has hit Sydney is absolutely taken the video game industry by storm, Fish. That's all I'm saying.
It's knocking out the OPL 1 by 1. It's not great.
Well, it's not even 1 by 1. Like, I think like 9 of us has fallen sick this week. But, you know, it happens.
But this top lane matchup, Tally's doing really well against series. They don't have much kill threat on one another.
I mean,
Tally
Tally's got
eventually will.
Feast back. I think as soon as he dismounts him, he has genuine kill threat. So you see, Series kind of agrees with us. He's just going to go back. Oh, no, he's not. He's cancelled. Tally's doing the really smart thing where he's just instantly clearing this to the turret every single time. And then Series kind of has to stay. But if he ever gets dove, then that's lane over. Really nice stun there.
Doesn't lock down Lost with the Winter's Bite, but as you mentioned, good stun coming out from Cupcake.
Yeah, otherwise Lost definitely would have been locked down, Fish. And that could have been a potential follow-up of, you know, throw the Braum in with a big knock-up as well. They have Ignites as support, so it's going to be very kill-heavy if they ever end up on top of each other. But I think Jake and Blinky would just take the 20 CS.
Yep. I mean, Blinky and Jake have not had a good season so far as a duo.
Let's take that a step further. They've had a really bad season so far as a duo. However, this game's looking promising. Last week against the Chiefs, it looked a little bit more promising as well. And against Regicide, they looked outright good.
Because the biggest point of weakness that we focused on for AV this entire split has been Series in the top lane as well as Blinky on his carries. Because Jake's been looking okay as a support. And Sybil and Triple have been very solid in their positions.
Yeah, Jake's been team fighting well. Yep. I don't think he's been laning particularly well. And I think that you've seen an emphasis on that team, that laning phase a little bit more lately. You can see another big 4-man invade comes in for that blue buff. Interested to see who they give it over to. I think it should be Sybil. It is.
A very heavy focus at the bottom side for AV. Carver's been very focused. Top side is looking for a Rift Herald trade.
I mean, it is a Fire Drake, so they should potentially look to start this up if they can manage to kill Claire or something like that. A Fire Drake for this team composition would be quite good. Corky scales incredibly well as the game goes on, and Jake's caught out Cupcake.
Magical Journey. How exciting.
Fun ability.
Tally's going to help out with taking down the Rift Herald. He eats it as well to
He's
get a
already
stack.
at 6 stacks, so he only can get more stacks from eating people now.
My goodness. He's a monster. He's got 3,000 health, only 15 minutes into the game.
He's kind of a machine on this skin, Fish, but I take your point.
Oh boy. But AV are going to collapse onto the bottom lane outer turret, and this should be first turret falling for AV.
And this is massive for AV. I mean, we've already said that they've controlled the bottom side jungle really well. Now all of a sudden they're going to be able to pick up first brick for themselves. They might even be able to transition this into a Fire Drake. And, I mean, they should nearly be able to win the game off this.
I mean, Legacy tried to force a dive top side of the map. Doesn't work out for them.
Very difficult to dive, Kled. However, they will look to push through.
Yep, with Rift Herald. And Kled's going to charge in the mid lane in the meantime. That's a flash away coming out from Lost, and Magical Journey gets Claire over the wall. Cupcake forced to flash as well as the Christmas trees being thrown down by Jake. Not enough to lock down anyone from Legacy. Rift Herald still pushing top side of the map. Legacy are not very happy about this siege in the mid lane. AV, though, they're going to continue pushing through.
They certainly are, and Tally's just run straight at them. The turret will fall down, but where does the fight happen now, Fish?
So turret falls. Legacy tried to engage. No mana for Carver to go in with the Cataclysm, but Sybil falls straight up. Great Temper Fate will lock down Jake, and Blinky. Shockwave not coming out from Claire. Does not have that back off cooldown. However, it will just be a turret trader for a single kill in mid lane.
But Sybil died without using his ultimate, which I think could have been a fight changer there because the rest of the AV lineup still had abilities to be able to go in. I mean, Corky, Callista, they don't really rely on ultimates to get what they need done in the team fight at this stage of the game. But still 2 turrets at this stage for only 1, 1,000 gold lead for Avant. Certainly a good early game start.
Yep, it certainly is.
Oh, but Tally's massive. He's just gone back and picked up a Warmog.
Oh, goodness.
How much health is he's got 3,500 health already, Fish.
So
you told me that Jungle Cho'Gath got more health than top lane Cho'Gath.
Yeah,
I think you lied.
He should be at 5,000 now if he was in the jungle. But in all seriousness, his ultimate now does an extra 350 true damage, which is quite stupid. He's got 6,500 gold, top side of the map. 6,000 for Claire in the mid lane, who is being shadowed by Triple. 7,300.
Yeah, but Lost for the first time, I think, all split is down 1,000 gold. That's probably the couple of extra turrets picked up as well as that 30 CS that you're seeing. Very nicely done.
And just to touch on the turrets falling here, Legacy have done this in multiple games where they will lose 2 turrets for 1. And it's happened again in this match despite them having control of Rift Herald.
Yeah, but I don't think they've really done it since Rift Rivals, Fish. I think since then they've been a little bit more disciplined. I think I can remember one time where it was much more of a weekly occasion. I think that now, you know, the big deal is that they're giving away big objectives. They started off the game by, you know, getting invaded on blue buff a couple of times after the initial clear that Carbon performed very well on. And now they've given away first turret on the bottom side. They've given away the first elemental drake, which happens to be a fire.
Lost is trying to take down top lane inner.
Yeah,
but
he's not going to get it.
yeah, Blinky and Jake collapse. And I was very curious if that was just how Legacy were making mistakes or if it was the teams they were playing against. Because after Rift Rivals, they looked fine. And now, this week is where they start playing against the first 3 teams. AV was one of them where they dropped a game. So I was very curious to see if it was the way AV played, if it was the mistakes Legacy had been making.
Trying to say that it was AV's side of the group is much better than the other side of the group.
Trying to say AV forced them to lose a turret.
All right.
Meanwhile, Legacy are looking for a fight in mid lane. Sybil gets silenced by
He's in
Tally and
trouble.
slowed down. He's dead. Instantly locked down by Lost, who jumps over the wall. Big Cataclysm for Carbon, and Shockwave only connects on the Braum. He's
Here
forced
comes
to flash
Kled.
out. Kled in the back lines on top of Claire. That's one falling. Carbon goes down next. Triple going to be picked up here for another kill for AV. That's a big team fight.
Certainly is, and Claire just was able to get in behind them. They're going to look to rotate potentially towards the top lane turret. That would be a big wave stacking up there, Fish. And Triple is absolutely massive now. That team fight started very well for Legacy, but it was Claire's Shockwave only hitting one member that meant the re-engage was very successful. And they need to be careful because you lose a team fight like that against what is a pretty tanky lineup, double 80 carry, you'll lose Baron in a couple of minutes. So they do get away with it this time.
And that Shockwave's crucial because Kled, Corky, Callista, they're all persistent damage dealers. Once that burst is down from Claire, it's difficult to take care of the rest of the team. Here's that fight again.
Yeah, so let's have a look at it. They go in on Sybil, but Sybil this time throws the ultimate out. That stops the feast, so they're able to continue here. You see Shockwave only hit one member, and then no one was hit by the Tempered Fate. The re-engage happens. Lost is on the wrong side of the team fight, unfortunately, and could not get any damage out. Claire also has gone a little bit of the KFC variety bucket. He's got the makings of a Morello Nomicon. He's also got a Haunting Guise as well as a Needlessly Large Rod. So he's got three items, but all of them are halves.
It's got bits and pieces of everything. Curious. Might just be trying to bridge the gap between him and Triple as much as possible early, which doesn't make sense if you're building components.
Certainly does not, but Engage comes in here. Carbon wants Triple.
Yeah, we'll lock him down, but Valk's over the wall. Very simple. Magical Journey's still there. Legacy are persistent in this. Rocket jump being
Certainly
used as
are.
well.
I mean, they really wanted that fight because there's 2 members sitting top and a member sitting bottom. They should have been able to force, but unfortunately, Triple just kind of weathered the storm of abilities. Now they're trying to rotate top lane. We'll see if they get there in time. This is very dangerous because Kled left alone with towers does do them very quickly, Fish.
This is what Legacy did against Direwolves. Let's see if AV can survive this. Righteous Glory has been popped by Tally.
Just
Jake
pull him
knocks
in.
up everyone. Carbon in the back lines. Does Blinky pull him? He does after the flash. No, that's a re-engage. It's going to be the Cho'Gath that's in trouble. Shockwave misses again. The rest of Legacy forced to bail out through the Magical
That might
Journey.
be Baron. No Shockwave, no top laner. All of a sudden, with Callista, with 2 tanks, you can just sit here and do Baron for as long as you want, Fish. And Legacy must respond.
Let's see what they can do. They're trying to wait on the backside of the pit. Series does get dismounted. Very low on health. Jake trying to step up to the front lines to delay Legacy for jumping in. Baron's getting low, 2,000 health. Carbon's in the pit, taking damage. Flags and drags. There's the Temper Fate. Locks 3 down members as well as Baron. But Baron picked up by Callista. Carbon now in trouble. Flagging and dragging into the fight, but he gets killed. Blinky's flashing forward with Sybil as well. Series gets the bear trap on the road. Will knock back Lost, and it's going to be a 1-team fight for AV as well as Baron picked up.
This is turning into a whitewash now. It's 5,000 gold. It's actually 7,000 gold. The lead for AV, and they're not done. They're going to look to push in. I thought that team fight was going to go horribly wrong. Series dismounted himself against Baron, and yet Legacy still just can do nothing, Fish.
They certainly can't. That's going to be another turret falling. Mid lane inhibitor turret is going to go down as well, and there's still death timers for Legacy. AV can push to the bottom lane.
I mean, this is 10,000 gold now. It's going to be at least an inhibitor, if not 2 if they stick around here. I think they should just retreat. Getting a little bit dangerous, but they're rolling the dice.
Yep, inhibitor turret falls. Inhibitor's going to go down as well. Carbon tries to delay AV from pushing further forward, and that's a big swing for a VARC game.
I mean, that might be the game. It's 23 minutes in. They've just taken Baron and double inhibitor. Dragon is coming up in a minute, and look at the power spikes that are coming through. As soon as Kled fell off Skull, I thought that this was going to be a very different team fight. However, able to get in, back on against Carbon, and then they just continue the chase. I mean, with Carbon dead, with no tally there, there's no point even teleporting in. They just clean up the back end of the team fight. But Legacy, unfortunately, just look a little bit stunned.
Yeah, doesn't seem like they're working towards their win conditions in this match. And AV, massive improvement after Super Week.
Yeah, and as we said, I mean, this is what happens when you misread a patch. You look worse than you should. And this doesn't even look like they're playing on the current patch. They've picked Kled, who we haven't seen all that much of. They've just gone back to very standard team fight composition. It came online much earlier than what Legacies did. And I think that we're seeing the dividends of that right now. Also, Callista gone double HP item shred. Lord Dominic's very early into the game, as well as the Blade of the Ruined King. I think that build is incredibly cost efficient.
Especially against the Cho'Gath and Jarvan, makes a lot of sense. Both of them are going full tank as well. Whereas Son of Legacy, both their carries are behind. Orianna,
I honestly think you should nearly go Bork. Frozen Mallet as your next item on Callista at that stage. I mean, you're just shredding through so much health. Your job is to not kill the backline. Triple can do that anyway. You just need to be able to kite out the front line and be a consistent threat. And Callista certainly does that.
She does. And AV are going to continue sieging here. Still have Baron buff to work with and a lot of time on that Baron buff as well. Legacy are grouping up top side of the map.
Legacy have to roll the dice on a play because right now you can see Cho'Gath is grabbing super creeps. Mid lane will be there right now, entering the base. And if they don't go now, I don't know when they're going to go, Fish.
Yep, this turret's going to fall if Legacy don't force. Carbon posturing aggressively to do so, but flags and drags out. AV get another turret.
Yeah, I mean, you're about to lose the third inhibitor at 25 minutes into the game. You have to make a play because otherwise this one is just never coming back.
Legacy talk about this all the time. They know they have to make a play, so they do most of their games, but right now they're sitting back and letting AV bleed them out. They've already sent Claire back to base. He's going to try and heal up, pick up a couple of items maybe. Loss is doing what he can to posture aggressively for this, but that's an initiation from Jake. Sybil charges forward as well. Shockwave whiffs again. Only connects onto Jake. He's going to be able to back out with the inhibitor taken down for AV.
And Claire, unfortunately, he already said he's been sick. He's obviously not feeling 100% because he hasn't played this sloppily in a very long time, Fish. Since Split 1, to be honest. So, got a feel for the young guy. It's never nice having to play the game when you're not feeling well, but these shockwaves, they just need to be a little bit cleaner because, unfortunately, chunking out Braum every team fight is really not doing what it needs to for the Legacy lineup.
It's definitely not. And you can take a look at the items that have been picked up by AV since they've gone back to base. Massive spike for Triple, who has Trinity Force as well as IE and Rapid Fire Cannon. As for the top laner and jungler, both of them have components for
Gargoyle's
Stoneplate as well. So they've already got double health stacking items.
Going to be a Bloodthirster picked up for Blinky. So not going any further down the unique build path. Instead, a little bit more standard now. I still really like the build path that he's gone. Lord Doms, when you have health, I used to have a spreadsheet somewhere. I don't think I have it anymore. But it's efficient very early on in health. As is Blade of the Ruined King.
Let's see if AV can clean up this game because
it's a really tall Kled. He's got an iron elixir. He's big. Generally, you don't build elixirs until you're on 5 items, Fish. However, they think they can close this one out right now.
They want to finish the game. If you're Legacy, you should be picking up your elixirs as well to try and bridge this gap of 10,000 gold. But they're now on to their Nexus turrets. Legacy have to put up a last stand somewhere.
Oh, Carbon's at half health. Lost has been chunked out as well.
Triple's doing a great job this game. He's level 16 already. That's a flash forward from Tally. Gets the silence. Great shockwave this time, but Triple gets out alive. And Blinky's left to deal as much damage as he wants. Gets hit by Tempered Fate, but Tally will fall. Rips the spears out of him. Lost is trying to get into the backlines. Will take down Triple and hop away. Good shutdown. But everyone from AV collapses on top of the AD carry from Legacy. Series charging into the backlines, but they're already onto the Nexus turrets here. Legacy will put up a last stand, but it's not going to be enough. They take down the mid laner, but that's about it. And AV charge towards the Nexus. They take game 1 over Legacy.
And what a surprise. I mean, that is absolutely massive for the Avant Gaming lineup. They come in, they pick up a 27-minute victory, and after the laning phase, that one was never in doubt, Fish. That was a one-sided affair. Legacy look a little bit stunned. We know that they're not well. We know that things haven't gone perfectly this week for the organization. But unfortunately, that game was very rough.
And this was the first game of the run home for Legacy. They're top of the table. Now dropping a point, Direwolves can look to try and catch up. If AV can pick up a win here today, they could potentially drop to second after today.
Legacy must win these next 2 games. If they want to end top of the table, they have to win. Because you know if you give Direwolves showed this last split, you give them any chance of coming back into it, they will take it with both hands. They would be very upset after their Super Weeks, but yeah, as I said, that's an impressive performance out of Avant. They should be very happy. They played their kind of League of Legends, you know, bruiser top as opposed to pure tank. That's what Series enjoys, as well as double threat for Callista, for Blinky, as well as triple, and it really did come up trumps.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. Legacy, as you mentioned, looked absolutely confused as to what was going on, and AV were able to capitalize on that fantastically and played very well. For now, I'd like to break down that game. Let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it looks like AV were able to exploit Claire's sickness.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah, who knows? He can't hit a shockwave, apparently.
It was definitely a rough game for Brandon. Definitely didn't hit too many shockwaves that game. I think majority of the shockwaves are just one man onto Jakey.
I was going to say he had like 100% hit rate on Braum, but yeah, not the target
And
you really want.
The hitbox on Braum is
die.
like bigger than all other champions, did you know? Yeah. That's
Yeah,
how.
yeah, but you know, Ori's his best champion. He's
Yeah.
been playing it for the past in his past 4 games. I think they've all been Ori. It's strange to see that kind of game come out of him.
Yeah, I think you know, on the other side of the table, we sort of said that, you know, Series was only playing this one champion. It was Renekton. It's the only thing that he looked competent on. And he had a really, I guess, like a good performance on Kled, which was something that we hadn't sort of said he played much, if at all.
Yeah.
But, you know, he did have a good showing.
I know you were a big fan of the Kled pick, Choo-Choos.
His Kled, I think, won them the game.
Yeah.
It may not look like it, but the first big play that AV did was they took bot tower and they traded it for Rift Herald. And then they rotated towards mid, and you could see Jarvan ran up and put Rift Herald in the top lane. As you can see, Ceres is ulted in, and he's forced 3 flashes. Tristana, Orianna, and Bard no longer have flash. Shockwave was used as well as Tristana's ultimate. So they've decided to siege the mid lane. Tally's brought down, so is Jarvan. They're all coming down to try and defend their tier 1, but they're missing 3 crucial flashes. Tally hits a nice a nice rupture here, and there's really not enough damage coming out of Legacy. You can see Triple and Callista are exerting so much damage, and James, Tally almost hits a nice rupture here, but there's no real follow-up from Legacy because they were forced to use their 3 flashes earlier before that teamfight even started. And I think that it just showed that AV have utilized this Kled pick and have shown that they can rotate one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, and it's not exactly the same composition they took the game off Direwolves, but it is sort of similar. You know, they have that same Sejuani Corki, and they've got like the Callista now for added teamfight pressure. And you know, it definitely is that sort of strength that they do have, is that they can fight and they can skirmish and, you know, and force you into like these engagements and stuff. And it does seem to, you know, be their strong point.
Well, one of the things we saw in the next in the next team fight, which we don't have a replay of, but that Kled turned up late with the ult, and then just kind of like that's how AV took that next team fight. And by this point, you know, Legacy had lost 2 or 3 team fights at this point, and it was difficult for them to come back, Jish.
Yeah, so after that point of the team fight you were saying, obviously Avant sort of took the lead, and Legacy sort of losing in their side lanes. They just like run it down mid quickly, you know, trying to like force a play. And I think that, you know, you'll see in the moment that Kled's pushed all the way to the bottom. Callista has just taken top lane, and they're sort of corralled into like this bad fight. You know, Jakey sort of baits them in a little bit because he still has Callista ult. He has to flash too, but at this point, like, it's a little too late. You know, Brandon misses another shockwave sort of thing, and you know, they just like lose the fight again. And Sirius has already TP'd into this fight as well, and they just sort of like start running towards Baron. And you know, this is like sort of when it all goes downhill for Legacy. The Baron here, I think, is actually kind of risky. Like, we sort of watched it upstairs, and we were just like wondering, oh, okay, like they still have the smite. Like, it gets pretty close, I guess. And we're like, oh no, never mind. They have the Callista Ren stack, so that probably outdoes smite. You see it creep.
Gets
You
really
see
close.
it creep towards like 1.2k.
Oh,
Sybil smites it, so it gets to 500 health, and then Bard ults it, and then it literally comes down to who has the faster finger between clicking smite and Callista Ren there. And you know, congratulations to Blinkies, he's faster than old man Tim Wendell, and he gets the smite, and they sort of just win the game off the back of that, like pick top into the Baron. So you know, that was actually like a really.
It was
I mean,
stressful.
it was a bit of a coin flip, but at the end, like I guess it was like a pretty good call, and they definitely like accelerated their lead after that.
Yeah, it was just really a race. Like
Yeah.
Tim saw 524 on Baron's head, and it was ultimately him just spamming like Shift D on top of Baron compared to Blinky's just spamming E. So who could secure the Baron fast enough?
Well, that's the thing. When you
Yeah.
have to do Shift D, it's 2 buttons with it. He's just one, you know. So it's like, unless he's
Actually,
two-handing
wait,
it.
if Blinky had Ren stacks and anyone else, he can't spam it.
Oh yeah.
So he actually has to wait and just be like, no.
Oh, you can
Yeah.
still press it.
Not 'cause he-
Regardless.
yeah, whatever.
He had his high
Regardless,
counts,
he
there
got
were
it.
He already got.
red
He
stacks
won
and
the.
everyone
He
else.
won
Yeah.
the smart war.
Yeah.
Eddie carries
Very
have better
good stuff.
mechanics than junglers. You heard it here.
All right, let's take a look at their draft then. So aside from the Kled pick, how else is this AV composition meant to work? Because you have Sejuani, Kalista Braum, Kled Corki was the order in which they picked things. So just talk us through again how you think this draft is meant to work.
So I think that they've really just set themselves up for like a really good team fighting sort of mid to late game composition, and that's what they've shown that they are good at. Their laning has been suspect on a lot of different champions, namely the Wukong. But no, I think that
I think the Wukong meme's over. We've bullied him enough.
all right, well, I'll let you slide this
Still
time.
played it.
No, I think that they sort of they went to what their strengths are, and that's was like Sybil Sejuani is a lot of CC, can start a lot of
Absolutely.
fights. Kalista Braum obviously do the same thing, and then they have triple on this carry threat Corki, who's going to scale really well. It just means that their 5v5 team composition can pretty much team fight anyone, and if their Oriana's not hitting shockwaves, it makes it that much easier.
Yeah,
I
like
think his Kalista looked pretty good.
Kalista did look really good, but it was ultimately I think AV had the stronger early game composition.
Yeah.
I thought Tristana outscaled every champion on the Rift, but I thought this game really came down to Cho'Gath versus Kled. Kled is not as strong a team fighter as Cho'Gath, and every team fight really started with Kled initiating and burning 2-3 flashes. That happened for I'm pretty sure every single team fight, followed up by a one-man Oriana shockwave.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I just think that AV really utilized this Kled pick, and it was very surprising after Ceres' previous week's performances. So I definitely think they'll be leaning towards that pick again.
Well, especially because AV banned out the Maokai, which was such an integral part of Legacy's drafts last week. So they've got Bard, Legacy have Bard, Jarvan, who can do a little bit of that Wombo stuff. But if Oriana's not hitting her shockwave, that means like there's just not as much CC, right?
Yeah, it's weird because Brandon loves that matchup.
Yeah.
He loves Oriana into Corki. He played it versus Direwolves. They won that series, and he wanted to play it again today. And I'm not going to say that he lost the matchup, but I don't know if he's sick, but something definitely felt off about the way he was playing that matchup today. They got 2v2 twice, and he missed a bunch of his shockwaves. It means it really questions if he should play this champion again.
I think that he probably is the sort of player who rides a lot on his confidence. And I think that he will pick towards whatever his team needs. Obviously, you probably know more than me about that, but I think that he shouldn't be unhappy in his Oriana performance. He's played against better mid laners and done really well previously. So I think that if that's what their draft needs next game, I'm sure he'll pick it again.
Yeah.
To round out our draft discussion, we saw Jarvan flex top and jungle, and then they pick up the Cho'Gath quite late into the piece. Do you think that worked out for them? I mean, obviously, in retrospect, it didn't. But, do you think it was the right call going in?
I think they know that Brandon loves the Oriana, Claire loves the Oriana, and Jarvan Oriana traditionally is a good combination. The Jarvan pick was really nice. It got first blood onto Cho'Gath, level 3.
Onto Sejuani. I mean, onto
Kled on the top
sorry.
lane.
Yes.
And I did like the flex. It definitely made them think of if they Kled is very good into Jarvan and top lane. So they did get the Cho'Gath, and you could see Cho'Gath did get lane priority, constantly roam down into the top side jungle, and they stole blue buff a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they really punished that. They had complete control of the top side of something, and as you said, they ended up taking the blue buff, they took the Gromp, they took Rift Herald off that as well. And they did trade their bottom side pressure for it, but I think that the Cho'Gath was actually a really nice pick, and it really fooled Avant, because you saw Avant, they effectively blind pick the Kled into Jarvan, but Tally did have the answer.
Yeah.
So then for Legacy, how do they reset going into Game 2 of this series? I mean, that's kind of a game where you just lost a couple of team fights and things got away from you. But moving forward, I mean, do they leave the Orianas, are they repicking that Oriana?
I would get rid of the Kled. I think Legacy couldn't deal with it. It showed, especially versus this series versus Chiefs, Kled has kind of been their kryptonite. I would suggests that they get rid of that champion and force Series onto one of the tanks that he seems a bit more shaky on.
Yeah.
As well as the Orianna is fine. I think the rest of their draft was traditional Legacy, like Bard on Cupcake as a champion. We've seen even his flash ults onto Sejuani.
Look at him getting away from all those
you
fights.
could see
It was
that.
sick.
Yeah, Legacy individually played well that game.
Yeah.
It's just that they did get caught off by the Kled ults, and that's just something AV have practiced and shown that they it's to draw a ban.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Kled probably took them by a little bit of surprise, and now that you sort of bring up that Chiefs also had an okay performance, it seems maybe they don't look too great against that champion. On Blue's side, they probably have a little bit more flexibility with bans. They can afford to get rid of it. I think that they could also just save their mid lane pick to second rotation, avoid the Syndra as we mentioned, obviously good into Orianna. So I think that, maybe just like safe blinds for Legacy and just go back to like the drawing board with their game plan because they should win this one.
All right, well, we have a tweet that's come in during the game from @NailDive, who asks, hanging out for the only discussion that deserves airtime at the moment, who will play Morgana first and earn the love of the people? I believe that's a Jake special, isn't it? Jake loves a bit of Morgana.
How is that earning the love of the people?
Who loves Morgana?
That's like it's almost as
Morgana?
boring as Janna. Like watching people play Morgana, they're just like sitting there behind the AD carry being like, all right, you have to get CC in 3, 2, Black Shield. Literally all the champion
I associate
does.
Morgana with mid lane, and that is probably the worst thing to verse in mid lane because you can never kill the Morgana. So I don't know who these people are. I do not like them.
Introduce them to me.
Yeah, please introduce me to them because. But yeah, Morgana definitely should be back in meta with tanks holding such big amounts of CC. You could see Morgana's Black Shield be utilized quite well. So I guess time will tell.
And we're sort of seeing a few more of like those scaling carries. Like the Tristana's really popular now. Cogmore's coming back too. Maybe there's room for her to being played around with that. So maybe soon.
All right, we also have a question in from Twitch chat as well. At OPL, is Janna the strongest support in 7-15? That's from Dom Ose in Twitch chat.
Oh, I really hope not. we talk about Janna a lot. I hate Janna.
I think you've talked about this, haven't you? You hate Janna. Oh no, it was Destiny was saying he loves Janna.
He loves Janna. I despise her. If you're a Janna player, I don't like you.
Why do you hate it?
I can't kill her. She's too she's very good versus assassins, and I'm an assassin player because she presses R and I go flying, and
you got no re-engage.
If she is the strongest support, I don't really know.
I'd say not. I think right now a lot of the tank supports are better. So Rakan seems really good, especially when paired with Zyra or Kalista. Alistair's really strong. Thresher's really strong. Yeah. And Janna does have a few good lanes. Like we've seen her play with Caitlyn, and she looks really good there if you can get lane pressure. But I don't think that she is the strongest support on this patch.
All right. Well, get involved on Twitter and in Twitch chat, #I'mOPL or @OPL, and ask questions about 7.15, and we'll answer them in the next analyst segment. For now, it's time for us to get into our second game of AV taking on Legacy. So let's check out some highlights from game number 1.
Coming up from Series, he's going to at least blow flash. He's trying to remount, but he doesn't even flash the CC and just dies for first blood. Great Tempered Fate comes out of Cupcake. That keeps him alive. The bowler will come out of Silver, but Shockwave keeps him back. Cupcake's alive. AV still want this fight. Claire's the next target, taken out very low. Winter's Blight will lock him down, and Triple gets a second kill. Big Cataclysm for Carbon, and Shockwave only connects on the Braum. Here comes Claire. Out. Claire in the back lines on top of Claire. That's one falling. Carbon goes down next. Triple going to be picked up here for another kill for AV. Carbon now in trouble. Flagging and dragging into the fight, but he gets killed. Blinky's flashing forward with Sybil as well. Series gets the bear trap on the road. Will knock back Kloss, and it's going to be a 1-team fight for AV as well as Baron picked up. And Blinky's left to deal as much damage as he wants. Gets hit by Tempered Fate, but Tally will fall. Rips the spears out of him. Lawson trying to get into the backlines. Will take down Triple and hop away. Good shutdown. But everyone from AV collapses on top of the AD carry from Legacy. Series charging into the backlines, but they're already onto the Nexus turrets here. Legacy will put up a last stand, but it's not going to be enough. They take down the mid laner, but that's about it. And AV charge towards the Nexus. They take game 1 over Legacy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. AV were able to get an upset win in game number 1 against Legacy, and they're looking to try and take this one 2-0 as we head into game number 2 shortly.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they should now be eyeing the 2-0 fish because that was a decisive game 1 victory. They were able to pick it up in, I think, 27 minutes, something along those lines. And their composition just came online so early. You could see that as soon as they grouped up as 5, it certainly was a good look. And, just a couple of little things like double Gargoyle Stoneplate coming through meant that team was going to get even stronger. The build that Blinky went for, as well as the laning phase that he was able to have on the Callista. That pick certainly has to be addressed in the draft now, and we'll see whether it does happen.
Yeah, hopefully be able to see the exact same thing from AV because they looked unstoppable. That man in your screen series did not have a great laning phase, but definitely picked up the crucial flanks for a lot of these team
But
fight
let's
victories.
be fair. I mean, he got camped.
He did.
In the laning phase. He got shoved in over and over again by the Cho'Gath. They were teaming up. They were invading topside jungle. Sybil had no way that he could really gank that lane because every single time he went into the topside jungle, he was spotted out by wards. So they swapped that pressure bottom lane. And the good thing is that Series was still able to have an impact. But Blinky and Triple carried that game for him. So I think that if you get camped like that, that's the response you want to see, is that bottom side of the map wins incredibly hard.
They did very well against Lost and Cupcake there on your screen. That's probably one of the games, like one of the only games we've seen them fall that far behind against their opposition. Even when they're up against the likes of the Chiefs and the Direwolves, they still look very strong in that bottom lane.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, what we normally say is that they're a good 2v2 lane. They're the parts, you know, the sum of the parts is better than the two individuals. But I think that this game, Blinky and Jake had Sybil there, a lot of it. And they were able to take over.
I mean, is that what you meant to do? You know, send Sybil down so then Cupcake can't stay with Lost and you break apart the duo lane so then the individual skills have to shine?
I honestly have no idea what you're supposed to do against them. But you can see bans have changed slightly. Braum being taken away by Legacy.
Yep, and Cho'Gath being banned out by AV. But Elise and Thresh still taken off the table with Maokai and Gragas. That's a first pick Zac coming in for Legacy.
So now we'll see how strong it is. I still think it's incredibly strong on the patch. He can be invaded a lot earlier, doesn't do nearly as much damage once he's in, but he still has that long-range engaged fish, and he still has the ability to disrupt.
And usually we see the Zac pick from Legacy paired up with one of the tanks so that they can alternate how they engage. Zac will go in, back off, and the next tank will jump into the front lines after. And with Braum taken away, don't think Cupcake has another tanky champion in the bottom lane he'd like to throw out. So let's see if they give one to Tally. Instead, Blinky's going to pick up Callista again. And Sybil goes back to the Sejuani.
This makes a lot of sense. I like what I see out of Avant so far. Cupcake has a couple of tanky supports. They're just not really standard ones. He plays Trundle. You know, the likes of that. Ooh.
Ooh, hello. That's a Janna and a Draven that gets locked in for Legacy's bottom lane. That was quick.
All right. Interesting. Draven beats a lot of lanes. Janna's raw AD is going to help him out. Typically, Tally is a Draven player on Legacy.
Uh-oh. Please no.
I think Lost will be able to play it. I've just never seen Lost pick it up.
Even Pinch is smiling after that draft. But I think one big pick away from Legacy here is they take the Janna away from Jake, which does incredibly well into Zac.
It's funny. I'm going to go on a complete tangent. We were sitting here before the show today. I was watching the guys rehearse. And Hingers just turns around to me and says, no one ever innovates in OS. Like, we never have any different picks. Like, what is it about that? And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, we had a Master Yi played top lane one time. We had, like,
Graves
Zed played
top.
last week. We had a lot of Graves. Like, now we've got a Draven. Like, what more do you want from us, Higgins? Like, how many pocket picks do you want a week?
Just ungrateful.
What is the quota?
I'll check his contract.
5,
There's
apparently. 5 pocket picks a week. All right, we have not hit 5 yet. That is correct. We're on 1.
What is wrong with him?
I don't know. I think he's funny. I like him. Good guy.
But we're going to see the next few bands come through for AV here. Kassadin as well as Cassiopeia.
So Triple's about to pick Corki. That's fair.
Surprise!
As soon as you ban out Kassadin and Cassiopeia, that's a Corki pick. Blind fish, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, as soon as I saw AV and Direwolves were playing today and they're not in the same match, I was pretty confident that Corki was going to be picked every single game. Let's see what gets picked up. Kled and Rennington are banned out against Series, taking away 2 of his stronger champions. Oh, surprise!
I, for one, am shocked.
Ooh, never saw that coming. Draven was more expected.
I want him to play Zed.
Into the Corki?
Yep.
Ooh. I mean, we've seen him do it into Jace, I think it was. Now curious to see if Claire's going to throw it out. And, you know, he didn't have the best game 1. definitely lackluster on the Orianna.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet. If you do go for it, it 100% is a gauntlet, but not going towards it, going towards a control mate. Oh, no, he's not.
Hello, Lucian. That was strange, but...
Claire's a really good Lucian player.
Hang on. Tally is too.
Yeah, you don't blind pick Lucian top lane. No, Claire is actually... When I was looking at... When Claire was a free agent, I do this thing every year where I think about, like, what super team would I make out of the free agents and, you know, people that are moving around. I was like, I would nearly put him in 80 carry. Like, he is a fantastic Lucian player. And they've gone with the Rumble.
Rumble top for Tally. Makes up for the lack of ability power damage that Legacy bring with a Lucian mid.
I don't like Rumble top lane at the moment.
Line stuff.
I think he doesn't... Like, he still shoves in the tank, but the tanks have better wave clear than what the fighters have. And when you have an aggressive jungler, you're able to kill Rumble as a tank. You just, you know, CC him down, the jungler kills him.
Yep. I do like him into Jarvan, though. It's
I
one of
do,
the lanes he did
as well. Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
And,
as far as lanes that he can get played into.
Rumble now needs to survive till level 9, and his nerfs, so to speak, were meant to impact him 1 to 9. As soon as he hits 9, he is strictly better than the old Rumble.
Yep. We wanted to turn him more into a team fighter again. He was turning into a lane bully. And we wanted to be a team fighter. He certainly still bullies some lanes. This lane he'll bully because he'll be able to push in and harass very heavily.
Yeah, Jarvan used to be a lane bully. He used to be like the Pantheon top, where if you get hit by 1 EQ, you're dead. But
it wasn't even that. Like, just Q auto attack was like silly.
But yeah, now he needs 1,300 gold before he can actually fight anyone.
1,300?
Yeah,
1,200?
Gets the Tiamat.
1,200?
Is it 1,200? I thought it was 1,300.
Is it? I don't know. Absolutely no idea. Someone tweeted us, let us know. We'll bring it up on screen for you at OPL. Use the hashtag IamOPL. Or apparently Twitch chat now gets on the stream as well. So just drop it in there and we'll see whether they bring it up for us. But I agree with you. Tiamat is certainly a necessary pickup to be able to go into this lane. Very short range and no real escape on their 80 carries. Like, Lucian has a dash, but it's not all it's cracked up to be, let me tell you, Fish. Draven has nothing whatsoever, so Janna's got a job cut out for her. If Janna ever gets hit by Sybil's ultimate in this game, the team fight is nearly over.
Pretty much. One big thing about the Janna pick is now with the new changes to coin is that it amplifies the passive tremendously. So if Claire or Lost ever try to run towards the Janna, they'll be moving incredibly quick.
Janna is really annoying to play against. Just to echo what Choo Choo's was saying on the analyst desk, she is a negative champion. She shuts down so much play, and she's going to have to be able to do that job incredibly well against Rakan, Jarvan, as well as the Sejuani for them to win.
Well, let's see how on point Cupcake's Janna is going to be. For now, though, let's check in with Big Brain Soul Strikes, who's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Soul Strikes, and I will say that even though I said that Os is not great at innovating, someone who consistently does that is Soul Strikes. So we've seen, we've seen Lucian Brom out of you. We've seen a lot of other weird picks. So tell us about this Draven. What's going on here?
So Draven's like a direct counter to Kalista, and it's something that Lawrence really likes to play. So I'm going to put him as something that he's comfortable on, and he's going to get priority over Kalista.
Well, we kind of hear a lot of talk about how we're in tank meta right now, but you've picked, I don't know, 680 carries, I don't know, like in this draft. So is this about tank shredding from your team comp? What are your win conditions, do you think?
Our win condition is obviously like early to mid-game spike, and tanks are generally slow starters, so we're going to be abusing that.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the game.
All right, thank you.
So, last game they threw Tristana, who is a good counter to Kalista because of the consistent damage she can match. Draven, on the other hand, is a burst 80 carry, but does that consistently. So, curious to see how that is going to counter Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him. I think Draven counters everyone in the lane. The problem is that if you ever get ganked, you die. That's always been Draven's problem. He likes to push up. He likes to be aggressive. Like this. First act drop. Ooh,
Not great.
thought he was a main.
Yeah, since his passive change...
Draven's mains never drop axes. Trust me.
Since his passive change to make it a little bit less oppressive, if he does get ganked in lane and dies before he gets that first kill, he is going to not be able to use that passive effectively and not snowball his lead.
Cool, so let's talk about Draven a little bit. Draven, every single time he gets an axe, you'll see the little Draven heads in the bottom left-hand side of your screen right now over his player portrait. That's called adoration stacks. Whenever he stacks these up, they're worth a gold amount. When you pick up the kill, you're able to cash in your stacks and you get bonus gold. If you die, you lose stacks, and that's what we're talking about. Gets level 2 first, and here we go. That's some aggressive play.
Goes to town on Jake. The poor Akan.
Certainly is. So we'll see how that works. Let's have a look top lane before I continue my speech on Draven.
Sybil is going in behind Tally. That's the scrap shield use, and now it's go time. No shield, no movement speed. Good slow from
no flag
Series.
and drag,
They're going to tag him, and they're going to lock him down with the stun from Sybil. But as you mentioned, no flag and drag means no knock-up.
Really strange that they went for that gank when Series didn't have an E.
So that's flash for 2 flashes.
Yeah, that's worth. Really confusing stuff out of Avant jungle and top lane. So let's go back to talking about it. His W is a movement speed boost, short little movement speed boost. As soon as you catch an axe, it resets automatically. So you can legitimately sprint at people forever. His E is called stand aside. It's a little bit of it's a straight line skill shot that knocks people to either side. Then his ultimate, of course, is very famous, Whirling Death. The 2 big blades that fly across the screen and try and kill you. Pretty much goes heavy AD, but also likes to be able to pick up a death stance because he likes cooldown reduction. So we'll see if he goes death stance or whether he just goes a standard crit build.
I mean, when lethality was first introduced, Draven was one of the champions that was put under the spotlight. It was like, oh, this is a champion that will do well with lethality. He did not show up during that meta, so also curious to see if Lost goes towards the lethality route.
Letality's also just bad against tanks. He'll one-hit Blinky with it if he ever gets back there. But he's going to spend the majority of this game hitting a Sejuani.
Yeah. We also see a few high-low Draven players go for Mercurial Scimitars early as possible.
100%. You want to have a QSS in your build as soon as you possibly can. And you need to be able to insta-cleanse because you know CC is flying at you in team fights. As I said, you notice when I went through his kit, there's nothing in there that is a dash or a displacement. As soon as he gets hit by something, Fish, he is a sitting duck. And you generally have to camp for Dravens as well. If you see a Draven in solo queue and you're the jungle, your job is to gank his lane. Because he snowballs out of control, harder than any other champions because of how his passive works.
Yep, which does make Jano a good lane for him. It makes it so you can't get ganked as easy. You see Cupcake's playing closer towards the river, and Sybil is not playing towards bottom side at the moment. However, Callista is farming up quite nicely. This happens though, and Lost chucks axes into her, and it's not great.
You can see that Jana also very confident in this lane, knows that it's going to be playing a little bit further back, so it's gone bottle fish. But as you can see, every single time that you can push up into turret range, that is exactly where you want to be.
They go slowly chipping away at this turret, but they won't be able to get too much damage. Draven is still fairly short range.
What is he? 525?
I think he's 550 still. But he's not your Caitlyn, he's not your Ashe.
I know that we were looking at him for his range because it was very contentious at one stage.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Claire's doing a good job against Triple as well. He's about a minion wave up, and he's harassing him out of lane over and over again.
Yeah, any kind of carry that can dodge out on the Phosphorus Bomb can give Corki a little bit of a hard time because that's your trading window early game Fish. However, Claire's doing a great job. Level 6 first, forces out a teleport on a Sheen purchase, is officially 2 waves up, although Triple will grab some of that at the turret.
Yep. So we'll be able to collect most of this minion wave if he does it right, but teleport being used by Triple, that's a good spell to take into the Lucian because he will be able to mitigate a lot of the early harass.
Just Phosphorus Bomb that wave.
Yeah.
Should have lost a creep for that. Didn't actually, you got all of them, so hats off to Triple. He's better at farming than we are, Fish.
Spoke too soon there.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Cast a curse.
Oh boy. Yeah, but he's gone back onto the Corki, a champion that we see both him and Fantix pick up all the time
exclusively.
whenever passive is down.
They're the only 2 champions that either of them play. And yes, Fantix, I know you're watching upstairs, and I'm hoping that you listen to that and pick something else. But we'll see again that getting some deep vision into Carbon's jungle. We've seen that quite a lot. Haven't seen Carbon go for a gank yet.
No, he's farming. I think it's the best way to say it. He's out farming Sybil slightly, because he's already got his Cinderhawk.
Has just changed his item build like 15 times in base. Did not know what he wanted to buy and has wasted a lot of time in there, Fish.
Well, they're all on sale. You can't choose. But you can only have one. But he has not picked up his Cinderhawk, which is a relatively cheap buy.
Barmy Cinder?
Yeah, Barmy Cinder. Sorry.
Yep.
That's been made to now 900 gold only. Carbon's already got his. He's been hard farming his jungle.
And he's actually, you know, a level and a half up. See also that Carbon's got Bond of Stone. which obviously gives you 5% bonus health. So it's going to be very useful for a Zac. Should also be useful for a Sejuani, but see how it works out. Don't need Courage of the Colossus anymore because, you know, the shield just is not as good as the additional HP when you're going things like Cinderhulk into Warmogs.
Bond of Stone, though. We saw Cupcake pick it up on his Bard. He likes
For the
that
sick
mastery.
Ardent Sensor passive.
Yep. I mean, his auto attacks can proc it if he gets the slow off. Carbon and Triple are going to go toe-to-toe here, just clearing out wards. Claire tried to dash over to get some harass over towards Triple, but failed that. That's all right. He's got his Blade of the Ruined King, so Triple's going to have a hard time in this lane.
Yeah. A lot of sustain now coming out. Has also gone Fervor of Battle. I like that because you don't really need Warlords as Lucian. See how he continues to harass out in this lane. You can see Triple is pulling the wave.
Ooh. Telling me to use Claire a little bit early, but trying to poke him out while he has blue buff.
Yep, exactly right. You can see Carbon goes for the invade here. Will be spotted out by the ward, so the collapse can come out. See how they go for it. Instead, they do the do-si-do.
They're trying to lock down Lost. He gets stunned and locked down by Jake. That's going to be first blood picked up by Blinky, and that destroys the Adoration stacks.
What a play coming out of the AV lineup, although now they're here.
They're going for a fight. Equalizer's been used. Blinky flashes out of it, and Jake dashes away. I mean, Series has used his own teleport, but that seems to be cancelled by the Jarvan.
Certainly was cancelled, so that's a really nice play out of AV. They've also got priority now over this mid lane turret. Looks like we're going to see a standard build coming out of Lost. He goes back, he grabs himself a BF sword as well as a dagger. So no death stance.
And that's huge. That's now Lost with no summoner spells, and his passive has been cut. He now only has 12
No,
stacks?
I think it's like 120 something. I just don't think we see the last number.
Yeah, so his stacks have been cut in half.
Yep.
Puts him back quite a bit. And as Draven, you always want to cash in that first Adoration stack, no matter how late in the game it's going to be. If you die once before your first kill, it's going to set you back quite a bit.
Yeah, it just, I mean, cuts your income. He's someone that, as we already keep mentioning, he likes to snowball. The way he gets ahead in games, because he doesn't have that big mobility creep that has come into League of Legends, is through pure gold values and being able to bully. As now, Series fancies his chances against Tally.
Ooh, forces him to flash out of the Equalizer. Sorry, out of the Cataclysm.
Yeah, knew that he didn't have the ultimate because it was used bottom lane. So instead just goes all in fish as soon as he has that first big shot. And Tally had to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, now Series without Carbon poking his head to top lane time and time again. He's doing really well into this matchup against the Rumble. Already has his Tiamat complete, looking for the Phage next.
And obviously has listened to the criticism that his champion pool was the issue because so far, 0 Renekton games, but still 2 pretty good performances, Fish.
Yep. It's been looking really good top side of the map for AV. Sybil as well, right place, right time, and good execution from Blinky and Jake again. They're looking like the duo in this match that we expected it to be in Season 1.
Completely agree. Split 1, I was incredibly hyped up about Blinky and Jake. Blinky had just come off the back end of qualifying with X5 back then, XL5. We thought that he was going to be a pretty promising AD carry. He started well, but unfortunately didn't really end that season well, Fish.
And he picked up where he left off. He did not have a great start in Season 2.
But now all of a sudden is looking very good in this best of. They're now pinging out onto Claire. See, Sybil has the ultimate. Claire going for some vision, however.
And you have to remember, all of Legacy's champions, they're all consistent damage dealers. They don't have any burst damage in this game. So Series and Sybil are going to have a field day getting into the back line, having access to Claire and Lost.
Yep, completely agree. They're not going to be chunked out before they get in there. Claire and Lost also have 0 margin for error in this game. You can see they finally think it's time to stack in on Draven, so they're going for the gank down here, although has been spotted out the whole way down. So Carbon, even though they don't have direct vision on him now, they kind of know what's coming.
He's got 200 stacks now of Adoration here. That should be close to 500 if he did not die. But AV playing this game quite patiently. They're equal in gold, which is where you kind of expect them to be after going into a Lucian Draven lane. They should have fallen behind about 1,000 gold naturally because of the lane presence, but they've done a good job of staying equal.
Yep.
Now they'll be able to scale into the mid game very well.
Exactly right. And if you don't keep this Jarvan down, he's going to be able to launch himself onto his backline when he has those 2 items, Titanic Hydra as well as the Blade of the Ruin, Black Cleaver, then throw something like a Stone Plate, or in this game, maybe something like a Randuin's Omen Fish, because there isn't all that much magic damage coming out. Apart from Tally, then you can really disrupt the back line. Series in a position to be able to carry, and I don't think the 2 carries on the other end, you know, of the Callista, of the Corki, have been set far enough behind to really be outscaled either.
So we just saw Legacy pick up a Cloud Dragon, which is not that great for them, but they take the objective nonetheless.
I mean, Cloud Drake's pretty good. It's like able to move around outside of combat, maybe able for Lost to be able to dodge out on some skill shots, things like that, that are going to be flying towards him at the start of those team fights.
But at the same time, I think it's crucial to address what this means for AV at the moment, because they picked up a single map here against Legacy. It's already hard enough task. But if they pick up a 2-0, they're very close with Sin on the ladder at the moment. And being able to take the 4th over 5th place spot means that you don't have to fight between the bottom 3 teams if they have a great run in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly right. And the other thing is that, as Carbon gets his recall stop, big thing to point out is the fact that we thought their season, even if they made playoffs still, Fish, was pretty much over just because they weren't playing as well as the other top teams. If they're able to pick up a victory against the first place team, well, that dispels that myth. It means that AV, once again, should be treated as a legitimate threat. And sure, it's only 1 week, even if they pick up a 2-0, but every resurgence of an OPL team has to start somewhere. They lost against Chiefs last week, but picking up a victory over Legacy is picking up one of those sneaky victories and would also give them a head-to-head in the season, which would mean if it ever came to a playoff run against these 2, then it's a pretty big deal.
It certainly is, but they're only halfway there so far with a single map victory. This game they're looking strong, but it's Legacy to put on the pressure to try and take down first turret.
However, they do have to be careful they don't overextend. Corki's got the inside track. They've got a teleport coming in. Double teleport coming in, actually.
This is going to be a big fight. Triple's going to get there first. Legacy have to try and fight this one 4 on 5 to kick things off, but they've already killed Cupcake. Lost is stuck against everyone. Throws out the Whirling Death, but he's going to fall as well. Double kill for Sybil. Make that another one picked up by Blinky as well. And AV have stormed onto Summoner's Rift again.
Exactly right. Another massive play, and they're going to take the tempo advantage to send Blinky and Jake top lane. They're still going to be able to pick up first turret of the game, Fish, and all of that bonus gold that will come with it. And this is a fantastic performance out of the Avant Gaming lineup.
It certainly is. Claire's still sticking around with Carbon, but they're not going to get anything out of this except for cleaning up the wave that's been pushed in. Now, 2,500 gold lead for AV. They're the proactive team, and they've just blown all the cooldowns from Legacy.
And that was Legacy's play. Legacy actually went in here to see whether they could get first turret. And you see Jay pops the ultimate early, flashes in, gets lost, gets Cupcake. And as I said, Cupcake should be priority in these team fights. If he gets multiple rounds of shields as well as that ultimate off, they should be able to win it. That time around, he got nothing. Nada, zilch, and that won them the team fight almost instantly.
Blinky played that perfectly as well, pulling in Jake nice and early. Able to rip out the Ren stacks on Lost as he was trying to get away from that fight too. Now Lost incredibly far behind, and he's gone for an expensive build here with the Infinity Edge first.
Yeah, I mean, normally if you're going to go IE, you see a couple of, Zeal items or at least components picked up. See a little bit of a freeze top lane as Blinky wants a lot of the creeps to die to the turret, trying to starve out Tally.
Which makes sense here, because someone will push into second turret. And instead's going to let the whole wave die and push another wave forward. Tally went back to base, thinking that was going to be hard frozen, and it was. And that's going to be Roof Herald picked up by AV as well. They're controlling Legacy so well.
Yeah, they've got a really nice tempo lead going here. And we'll see how that actually works out. Triple now falling down.
Yep, going to get locked down quite low. There's the culling coming out as well as the Whirling Death. Finally lost. Cashed in some of his adoration stacks.
I mean, it looked like it was 428 goldfish, so some is a little bit of an understatement. Even though he's died twice, he still has been catching axes like an absolute boss. And that means that they will be able to equalize the turrets. And what was an explosive start to the game is still only a 400 gold lead right now for Avant.
Yep. They do have Rift Herald in their back pocket, so let's see if they can do anything about that. Yeah, cashing in those
Looks
stacks.
like they want to drop it. Otherwise, Sybil probably wouldn't be pushing up this aggressively. No, don't want to do it.
Series was close enough. They still have some time to work with this Rift Herald.
They have heaps of time, but generally if you're not going to use something like that, then you don't tax the whole wave as a jungler.
Don't you tell Sybil what he can and can't do.
I say generally, Fish. Certainly didn't say it was a bad call.
But yeah, last outer turret left standing for AV to take is that mid lane outer. For Legacy, it's going to be top lane outer. But they've done a really good job off of one pick onto triple. They've equalized the gold, as you mentioned. And there's the Riftel drop. That turret's going to fall, giving AV the lead again.
Now what do they do with it? All the easy turrets gone. They've got a big deficit in the mid lane, to be quite frank.
Ooh. Harold gets another big charge.
CS, and they're going to look for the engage here. No, they back away.
Carbon cancels?
Yeah, 50 CS nearly for the Lucian over the Corki at the moment. Corki also being forced into suboptimal boots as far as Corki goes. Sybil's caught out here.
Yeah, trying to lock him down. Carbon can't get the second order attack to get the stun. Maybe group up for a Mountain Dragon.
But Series is over the other side of the map and doesn't have teleport, Fish, so they need to be very careful with this one.
Yep. Will come up shortly, though.
Although now he has a big flank if he wants to go for it.
Legacy are hard pushing mid lane. They're going towards mid lane inner. Already pinging out that they're moving towards top side jungle instead. They're genuinely scared.
Yeah, certainly are. They've engaged onto Series, but they're not going to beat the team there.
Yeah, so they're going to pull him back with Carbon's ultimate, but Series just drags the minions back towards bottom side. Claire going to try and go in with the culling. Flag and try to get Series back to safety. Carbon's still chasing.
Yeah, I mean, he should be. Triple's in the other side of the map, and there's not really all that much Series can do right now. He's just going to keep running.
He gets out.
Yep.
So, AV off the back of that, get a Mountain Dragon for themselves and defend mid lane inner.
Yeah, certainly do it. Still going to be 1,300 gold. Lost is going to be at a pretty scary point soon. No armor yet being really picked up. You can see 7,200 gold. Still behind Blinky, but Blinky's got a couple of kills and a couple more turrets for him. Triple spotted, apparently.
Carbon's still charging down, had Lost close by. But AV definitely controlling this game incredibly well. Playing as a team, AV are at the moment.
Yeah, and Sybil is having a fantastic performance today against Carbon, which is pretty strange. Sybil plays well against some junglers and not against others. Has not played well historically against Shurnfire, for example. Also doesn't normally play all that well against Spooks. But against Carbon, against Jubes, has been able to turn it on a little bit.
He's at a big power spike as well. He's already got his Cinderhulk as well as Warmog's armor complete.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Warmogs this game. As I said, I feel like armor early would have been actually really good. Righteous Glory would have been a fantastic pickup for Sybil because you're dealing with a Lucian as well as a Draven. If you're just able to run at them at this stage of the game, Fish, certainly would have been good things.
He is setting up success for AV in their next item pickup though, because Sirius is going for health stacking as well. Once they both get their Gargoyle Stoneblade, they're going to be difficult to deal with for AV.
But as Soul Strikes pretty much said in the coach's interview, they know they're going to be stronger later. The AV lineup, that is. When you have 2 or 3 tank items, sure, you're huge. But the 80 carries are pretty strong right now, especially the Lucian. You know, Ardent Sensor plus double item for Lost also means he's pretty strong. So AV are now in this weird position where even though they're up in gold, they're not really up in the game speed. Yep. And they need to play this one very carefully because they give a gold lead away. Lost and Claire will just not give it back.
So if you're Legacy right now, sorry, AV, do you just sit back and go, well, we need to just hang tight until everyone's ready? Or do they still continue to try and force these big plays?
I mean, I think that you look for the plays if you're able to, you know, get a pick onto Cupcake, be able to win another team fight. If Legacy force again because they feel like their time is running out in this game, then you can certainly look to capitalize. Everyone's gone tabbies for that exact reason, so they at least have some base armor to be able to work with. But I do feel that you're not looking for the game-ending play just yet. This isn't one of those games where they're looking for that big team fight. Well, they might have a collapse onto Claire, who is most likely dead, Fishery.
Yeah, Claire's got to be careful. He's running straight back down the lane, getting minion blocked a little bit.
Plus Callista. There's just no way he gets out here.
There's a double teleport coming in for AV as well. They're sending everything Claire's way. He'll get locked down by Sybil to kick things off, and Carbon's in amongst this fight as well. He's going to be careful. Package nicely delivered into the back lines. Claire falls. Carbon now in a lot of trouble. Oh, you hate to see it. Carbon with the fat finger flashes into a wall. His bloblets are going to die, and that's 2 picks for triple.
And all of I said, you're not looking for that game-winning play. Well, they just turned the game on the head, Fish, because all of a sudden this is Baron. Sure, Equalizer is available as well as Cupcake, but there is absolutely no way they can get in So they're just going to start this one up, and they're going to look to knock it down.
AV looked all right during Civil Week, but they've definitely taken what they learned during the 2 long weeks of the OPL, and they've showed up in their game against Legacy here. Doing fantastic in Game 1. Now Game 2, 3,500 golden lead with Baron buff to work with.
Yeah, and their comp is better late. I mean, that's all there really is to it. Legacy gambled on this early game. Claire got a massive CS lead. I mean, they got Draven to 2 item. That's exactly where he wants to be. But it just has not worked out in these mid games. And Avant Gaming looking the goods today, Fish.
They certainly are. They're looking incredibly strong, and all the weaknesses we talked about for AV have been shortened, and both Triple and Sybil still performing incredibly well. And I think a big part of this, Blinky getting back on his Callista, one of his signature champions. Whew.
I agree with that. I thought Game 1 he had played well enough to probably justify a ban Game 2. Let the Elise go through. If they've already said they wanted to play team fights today, Elise doesn't really fit into a team fight comp, Fish. I mean, give up that ban, take away the one champion that Blinky has looked good on. Because you know you'll go back to Varus, and you can bully that out if you are Lost Cupcake. Whereas this Callista has nearly been unbullyable. Is that a word?
I think so.
Is now.
But AV now have their eyes set towards the bottom lane inner turret.
Good rotation. Secure vision over the 3 crucial points in the jungle. If you take a look at their control wards, they now get even deeper from Jake. So they cut off any cheap path that Legacy can really take.
They're marching towards inhibitor turret 1. Bottom lane already at half health. Karma charging up for the initiation.
Here we
But look
go.
at Jake. He's gone in as well. Blinky as well as Triple able to avoid the equalizer. They will deliver series in the backlines, but he throws down a Cataclysm as a last stand. And that might be all over, ladies and gentlemen, because Legacy are hitting the deck here. Knock up lands onto Claire. He's going to get taken down as well. And AV are charging towards the Nexus.
They hit the go button and they get it. 24 minutes into this game, they kill everyone but Cupcake. But Ajana can't defend turrets, Fish, and that will be the clean 2-0.
That is decisive. League of Legends coming out from Avant Gaming. They storm onto the roof in game number 1. They take it down easily against Legacy. They're having a bit of trouble here without their minions destroying that final Nexus turret. They still want to end this game. Cupcake's doing everything he can to try and stop this one. Karma's now joining the fight. Blinky and Triple still trying to kite around and hit this damn Nexus, and it will fall. Legacy will drop 2-0 to AV.
As simple as you like. Avant Gaming come in today. Game number 1. Hing has called it a banana peel game. And they take care of business. I think that we had 51 minutes of total game time played between these two teams. It took less than an hour for Avant to absolutely rinse Legacy today. That was an absolutely one-sided affair. They should be incredibly happy with how they've just dethroned the top of the ladder of the OPL.
And those two guys on your screen, the hard carries. Triple had great games. Blinky back-to-back, solid games as well. Even Siri stepping up to the plate in game number 2.
And that was twice. I mean, Lost said... Soulstrike said that he gave Lost counterpick that game. Lost also had counterpick game 1. Tristana beats Callista. But twice they were able to stand up in that laning phase and really put in work. And then the rest of the team played around them. I mean, Sybil able to get down with that crucial engage to shut down the Draven in the first gank. And then 5 members collapsing into that bottom lane to set up the first turret. I mean, that was a fantastic team effort coming out of Avant today.
And if you're a Legacy fan right now, you have to be rooting for Regicide going into a massive match against the Direwolves, because if Direwolves pick up a victory over Regicide later today, Legacy will fall to second place on the ladder.
Yeah, everyone's sick, so fist bumps are going to be ahoy today. No one's going to want to shake hands with anyone. Although apparently those two guys aren't sick. Trust me, if I was going anywhere near Claire at least, that would be maximum distant fist bump.
Stay away from me.
I think we've got the exact same thing, so I could probably hug Claire.
Well, for now, let's send it back to the analyst desk to break down the decisive 2-0 from AV.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, it looks like some people have picked up some points in the tipping ladder.
Yeah,
all
against
3
all
people
odds.
who voted for them or something. What?
Yeah, who? None of us picked it here, but AV, too strong for Legacy, 2-0. A clean sweep of you boys.
They crushed them. That was hard, but yeah, they actually dominated both of those games.
Absolutely.
I don't know. It's really hard to analyze because it was really simple macro play. The way AV won these games.
It was sort of it was AV playing, I guess, to like the style that they're very good at, and Legacy playing it into a little bit. So AV are the team that, will just group up and team fight and 5-man death ball around the map, and that's exactly what they did. Yeah.
An absolute upset. I mean, going into this, we said, look, AV looked shaky the last couple of weeks, losing against Chiefs, or almost losing a game versus Regicide. But we've got to remember, at the start of this split, they took a game off Legacy. They took a game off Direwolves. So maybe perhaps it's Legacy not playing to their strengths as well.
I would like to highlight how I think AV have pulled together a really nice composition. The Kalista, Corki, Sejuani. The first game they first picked Sejuani, but I feel that they finally developed a composition which they can operate really efficiently on.
Well, to find out if that is the case, Fish is currently standing by with jungler for AV Sybil, so let's throw it to them now for the interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sybil, the jungler for AV, as well as his personal masseuse train of Blinky as well as Jake. But besides that, you guys just picked up a massive 2-0 victory against top of the table Legacy. You guys must be feeling ecstatic at the moment.
Yeah, it's. I think it's pretty good. It feels pretty good. Yeah. It's still like I don't know. It's very nice to get this win because, we've had we had a pretty rough loss against Abyss, so. I don't know. I'm just still. It's more about how we go from here still.
And was that a lot of improvement coming back from 2 Super Weeks? Did you guys practice really hard coming into this game against Legacy?
I think our practice just showed today. I think we have been working really hard. But what's been happening in the past is that we've struggled to really translate. And we just I just get really nervous and slip up on stage, and it's just something I'm trying to work towards. But today I think it just kind of showed.
Yep. Well, you guys looked absolutely fantastic today. Congratulations on your 2-0, and we're going to send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Fisher. And also, Sybil, congratulations to him. And
he was really mellow. I was like, you just beat
the top team in the league.
Yeah, you just beat the undefeated team.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Smile!
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed he was a bit speechless, but
maybe he's still in shock. Maybe he's like,
that's what I was trying to say.
I didn't know we were going to do this either, you guys.
He said it's all about where we go from here. And that's the perfect outlook. You've just beaten the undefeated team. It's gauntlet now. Coming off that win, they're probably over the moon.
Whew. Jesh, so look, we're all trying to get our head around this. AV have just swept Legacy, but where did it all go wrong for them in Game 2?
So we obviously saw that there was a lot of emphasis before the drafts even came out on the bottom lane, and then we saw in Champion Select that they took the Janna and the Draven, and that Legacy really wanted to play through the bottom lane. You see, I think around 14 minutes or something, or maybe earlier, I can't remember exactly. Carbon walks in there, try to take this turret. Jake lands a really nice 3-man charm on all those champions. Keeps Triple alive from the Zac. Janna instantly dies at the start of this fight. Lost has no protection, and the double TP from Avant there just mean that Claire's running down from mid but can't get access to the fight, and they just clean wipe them out and then get the first turret off that. And from there, it's really easy for Avant to just start snowballing into that macro game where they just send their bottom lane back early and they run top, and after that they get the Rift Herald, top turret, and the game's just cracked wide open for them.
The nicest thing I think I would like to highlight about that is how AV were the first people to teleport, and Triple's Corki was the first person to rotate down, and that ultimately meant that Claire wasn't even in that fight. That was a 4v5.
Yeah.
Plus, they had a 2-second advantage on the TP from Jarvan. So the team fight was over before it even started. Really, just showing how AV's macro has dramatically increased over the past 2 weeks.
But is that also a bad call from Legacy to try and take that first bot tower?
No, when I was watching the game, I thought it was a nice call. They knew that. They knew that Blinky and Jakey had recalled, and they thought they have an advantage. Let's get this tower really quickly. But I don't think they expected the fast rotate from Triple and Ceres, which really caught them off guard.
Yeah, so it's sort of one of those slip-ups when you play against double TP. If you haven't played it against it a lot, sometimes you forget that you'll have 2 TPs coming in versus the 1.
Yeah.
So not having mid priority with if Lucian shoves that wave in and starts moving forward, starts moving down towards the fight, that has a lot better chances. But just because the lane's even and Triple gets a TP down to that second brush, it just makes it so hard for Legacy to win that.
Yeah.
I don't even think Triple TP'd. Did he? He did TP?
Yeah.
Okay. So he did TP.
Yeah.
He did TP, but it's really just basic macro. If you are versing double TP, you need to respect that, especially if you're pushing tier 1. It's shown again. Claire's pushing top lane, and he does get caught.
Yeah.
in the replay that's about to be on your screen. But it's just showing like basic mistakes from Legacy. That's very unusual. So Claire's pushing top lane wave, pushes it into tower, but they just rotate very easily onto him. And this is already like a team fight. Like this team fight is over before Legacy's given a chance.
That's a beautiful package as well.
It was that's even more embarrassing. Is that was when package is up.
Yeah.
You can't push up that far when package is up. There's about 30 seconds that you need to play safe and back. But it just shows that Legacy were not here to play today, and their basic macro knowledge was lacking, and there's a lot of things in their VOD review that they need to pick at and kind of go back to the drawing board and get ready for the next game next week.
Right then again, it was another double TP. Both of them TP from base. As you said, Triple had package there, and you just literally TPs right to where he wants to package, and then package just straight away, and off that they get the Baron, and it's really hard, I guess, for them to defend any of their inners and inhibitors from that point.
So this moves AV up 3 points on the ladder. They're now equal 14 points with Chiefs, who obviously have a game in hand. They play tomorrow. But this kind of shakes everything up for the rest of the ladder. Because it means Direwolves can now take first place very easily if they beat Regicide today. It means Chiefs could also feasibly overtake Legacy if they take 2 points today and then continue to win. So, I mean, it's blown the season wide open, you guys.
Well, I think it's interesting from the perspective of, assuming the top 3 stays the same or whatever, but how that 4th place shakes out. So AV have like the head-to-head already against Sin, and if you're AV coming off the win against Legacy, you're probably looking, pretty happy against them. They play again soon, I believe.
Next week, I believe.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see the rematch there, because that really decides 4th, I guess.
Yeah.
This is even stranger, is that Legacy did a lot more damage, but yet they lost the game. And
this is the thing. If you're not, no, because Legacy didn't play like many tanks. Whereas there's much more damage to be done.
It's Corki Kalista versus Lucian Draven. They would exert the similar amount of damage, but it shows that it shows to me that they just lost team fights too quickly. That they just got out rotated and caught, and AV didn't even need to do much damage to win that game. They did the right amount of damage at the right amount of time, which caught them and got them Baron, and ended the game in 26 minutes.
Yeah, I think that it probably plays in a little bit in the fact that they're also hitting the front line, so obviously it inflates their damage a little bit. But yeah, as Choo Choo said, it did seem that the damage that was relevant and how Avant transitioned from their fights and wins into objectives was just far superior to Legacy today.
So then let's quickly talk about this draft out of Legacy. Picking up Draven is a thing which no one expected. I was talking to some people. It's not been seen a lot in Lost's play, especially on stage. So, I mean, if you're a coach, you pull this out, it doesn't work. I mean, Direwolves tried this a couple of weeks ago with the Protect the Cogwall comp that didn't quite work out for them. I mean, does this just go back in the box, or do you think Legacy just kind of keep playing this? And now that they've shown it, what I'm asking is it a cheese pick that doesn't come back, or is it a thing that they can work on?
I think, on paper, it beats Kalista in lane.
Yeah.
It is a direct counter. So in that sense, I definitely don't think they should just put it away because we lost one game on it.
Yeah.
But we didn't really get to see the strength that it could put forward, because he did get Dover 12 minutes and did die and lose a lot of his stacks and a lot of his lane pressure that put Blinky ahead. But it's really hard to question if they should bring this one back onto the Rift.
I'd like to see them keep playing it. I think that I actually spoke to Tally, I think at Origin or something. He was saying how he's a good Draven player, but Lost is way better than him.
Yeah.
So I think he's probably a very good Draven player, and I think that there are definitely situations they can pull it out. And this is one of those games that you really hope it doesn't shake his confidence on the pick. And if it's a suitable champion in a future draft, they should definitely pick it again.
The other thing which was kind of interesting about this draft was that Carbon and Legacy first picked Zach, which I mean has gone through about 3 rounds of nerfs now since the start of the season.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that it's getting to a point now where it is perhaps no longer permaban, permapick.
Maybe, but I've always thought Zach's biggest strength is his CC chain.
Yeah.
The elastic slingshot is probably the biggest engage tool in terms of range in the game, especially coming from a tank, and he's able to follow that up with the Q and then the ultimate. So the champion holds a lot of engage potential and just outright tankiness.
Yeah, no, his strengths obviously are his engage and his CC and how he team fights. And what made him so strong in previous patches was that he jungled faster than everyone, and his ganks were absurdly good too, and his item build is really cheap. So now that we see a bit of him, scaling back on all those other things, he sort of more fulfills that sort of niche, like engage tank champion sort of role that he's not the only one in his field who can do that. And I think that we will still see people pick him because he's not like garbage or anything.
Yeah.
I just don't know if a lot of teams will continue to first pick him, over a lot of other things. I think it was fine this draft maybe because there was three tank junglers banned from Avant, so it narrows that pool down. But
Do you think? I mean, we've seen it played support a little bit this split. Do you think maybe if he's not clearing jungle as quickly and doesn't need to do as much damage, is Zach support going to happen? Jish?
I think you're onto something. I actually think I think you're onto something.
Just looked
Analyst
disgusted.
haters.
He looked utterly disgusted at my suggestion.
No, because I mean T-Gun's shown with the Galio and
Rosie-
the Nautilus.
yeah, Rosie's a fan of it as
these
well.
champions that as you said, he did get nerfed pretty hard. His jungle clear is a lot slower now.
He's still got that engage in that CC.
He still has the tools to engage that you generally have from a support. Supports usually run engage.
All right.
So
well, you heard it here first. Despite you were very tight-lipped.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
Zach support's coming to the Rift pretty soon. That's my pick. I'll bet my entire reputation on it. I won't, which is not much. All right, let's take a look. If you're watching at home and you'd like to get involved and ask questions about 715, please do #I'mOPL or @OPL in Twitch chat. We'll answer them during our next analyst segment. But that is all from Game 1. Do not go anywhere because right after this, we're back with our second match of the day as Direwolves take on Regicide.
Loss, he gets stunned and locked down by Jake. That's going to be first blood picked up by Blinky, and that destroys the Adoration stacks. Legacy have to try and fight this one 4-on-5 to kick things off, but they've already killed Cupcake. Loss is stuck against everyone, throws out the Whirling Death, but he's going to fall as well. Double kill for Sybil. Make that another one picked up by Blinky as well, and AV have stormed onto Summoner's Rift again. Often Carbon's in amongst this fight as well. He's going to be careful. Package nicely delivered into the back lines. Claire falls. Carbon now in a lot of trouble.
headbutted
You
a wall.
hate to see it. Carbon with the fat finger flashes into a wall. His Bloblets are going to die, and that's 2 picks for triple. And bottom lane already at half health. Carbon charging up for the initiation.
Here we
But look
go.
at Jake. He's gone in as well. Blinky as well as triple, able to avoid the equalizer. They will deliver series in the back lines, but he throws down a Cataclysm as a last stand. And that might be all over, ladies and gentlemen, because Legacy are hitting the deck here. Knock up lands onto Claire. He's going to get taken down as well. And AV are charging towards the Nexus. That is decisive. League of Legends coming out from Avant Gaming. They storm onto the Rift in game number 1. They take it down easily against Legacy. They're having a bit of trouble here without their minions destroying that final Nexus turret. They still want to end this game. Cupcake's doing everything he can to try and stop this one. Karma's now joined the fight. Blinky and Triple still trying to kite around and hit this damn Nexus, and it will fall. Legacy will drop 2-0 to AV.
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, AV too strong for Legacy, beating them 2-0. And I just saw a tweet from their support player, Jake, saying, look, it's the first week of me growing a mustache, first week of us playing to our potential.
I did see that. I noticed that on the cams.
Facial hair. Oh, really? I couldn't pick it up. I asked for a close-up. He said, subscribe to my Patreon if you want to see a close-up. So I feel like this is going down a dark path that I'm not going to engage with.
Moving on.
Our second game of the day is Direwolves taking on Regicide. And after that first series, maybe anything
Double upset.
Yeah, double upset.
Double upset. 2-0 Regicide. Here we go.
Yeah.
Lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice, right? Like, surely not.
I mean, historically, it must have at some point, surely.
I don't know. I haven't done the maths on it.
We all predicted the 2-0 Legacy.
Yeah.
What are you going to predict now?
I will say that no one on Direwolves has publicly tweeted saying that they have the Black Death or whatever. So no one's saying they're very ill on Direwolves, and potentially that sickness that's running rampant through your team house choose could be taking its toll.
Telling you, they unleash the plague on everyone else.
Oh, I
reckon?
see.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Inside
the chemical
knowledge. I did
warfare
not
has
know
begun. Let's take a look at Direwolves because I want to talk about their top laner Chippies going into ZZZ, who has been kind of the only carry threat for Regicide in some games.
I would. Oh yeah. In some definitely. The AV series last week. He played Jax and showed a great efficiency on the champion, almost carrying his team. If they didn't try and team fight with LeBlanc and Jax, they may have pulled a game off AV. But this guy definitely is a carry threat. And going into Chippies, this will be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I think that he, in his own right, is a very good player, and in lane he's often looked fantastic. Taking matchups that aren't actually that favorable and doing very well in them. I think that Chippy probably is like the strongest top laner at the moment in the OPL, at least on stage. He definitely appears to be, and I think that Chippy's is the kind of guy who sort of has an answer to everything. He always has one trick waiting up his sleeve. So I think that it doesn't really matter what ZZZ pulls out. I expect that Chippy's probably does have a counter for it.
Yeah, and the other thing is because Direwolves are known as being such strong laners, that potentially even if Chippies does have a bad matchup, he can kind of pull through and wait till a point where his champion scales, or they can team fight around certain objectives. But the other thing I want to talk about with Direwolves is that we've seen them try a couple of different comps in the past. There's sort of standard laning one, and then also this Protect the Cogmore comp they played a couple of weeks ago, which then they kind of didn't protect the Cogmore.
Yeah.
So do you think that that's a potential thing to come back now, given that they would see themselves as favourites going up against Regicide?
No.
No.
I don't think they will show anything particularly new. I think we're in the final weeks of OPL. It's best to hold on to any of your secrets and bring those into the gauntlet. So that Cogmore comp that they did play into AV and they dropped a game about 2-3 weeks ago didn't win, but they may have refined it, and it may be something that they're holding on to going to the gauntlet.
Yeah, I think against the bottom lane of Regicide, they're going to want to pick something that's just pretty bully oriented, and maybe just early skirmish focused, and look to punish that bottom lane. Especially if we're seeing these young players, Kedu again only had his first his OPL debut last week. I think they'd rather play something that's a bit more in your face.
Yeah. So you don't think there's going to be a Draven Janna bot lane coming out of Direwolves today?
I don't know. Maybe.
Who knows? Who knows?
For Regicide, though, I feel like they really need to start. They really need to pick up a win today or in the next couple of weeks, because right now they are kind of languishing down the bottom of the table with TM, and they just want to get off that bottom. Right? They just want to get to that maybe seventh, maybe even sixth place spot, so they don't go automatically into Primarello. So this is This is kind of rubber hits the road moment for them.
Yeah. I think they're just trying to avoid relegations at this point, not trying to get that last spot, trying to hold on. They've got the head-to-head over TM, so picking up a win today would definitely be very good for them.
Yeah, this feels really inauthentic to say, but this is the sort of week that both teams really want to win. Not that they don't every other week, but
Yes,
Direwolves need to pick up these 2-0 sort of thing, especially if they want to come first over Legacy after last match. And their next 2 weeks should be easier than their last week against Chiefs. Not even biased, just looking at the standings. And then as you said, that Regicide don't want to come last and face relegations automatically, so they also really want to win. So it is actually a really important best of 3.
So to be clear, this means that if Direwolves take this 2-0, they go ahead of Legacy on that table. So it's very, very interesting, very definitive stuff. Let's take a look at these guys getting ready, I believe, in their... Nope, that's not what we're doing. I apologize. Nope.
Never mind.
All right, let's take a look at their mid lanes, shall we? Because I want to look at that matchup as well. It is Human going up against Fantix. And choose your mid laner. Tell us your thoughts on this matchup.
I think I think that Soyman's champion pool directly counts as, not Fantix, but the Direwolves playstyle. Direwolves are known to be a team that stay that extra wave, and champions like Ari and LeBlanc are really good at rotating and punishing those kinds of players. So I definitely think Soyman is a big carry threat, especially just against Direwolves. But then again, Fantix is known to be the guy that just nullifies and pulls a 50-50 in mid lane. He'll play Corki, he played Victor last week. He plays these strong scaling champions that just nullify the lane, and he'll probably look at just not letting Soyman roam the map.
I think it's a really bold call to say that one guy counters an entire team's playstyle, but I think it does hold a lot of merit in the sense that I think Direwolves have often, shown a lot of dominance because they'll push 3 lanes at once and they sort of suffocate teams out, and they sort of starve them of farm, and they make teams choose between if they'll catch this wave or this wave while they get all 3. And if you can play an assassin, especially like LeBlanc, who can maybe run TP, I think that there is a lot of room for them to punish Direwolves' over-aggressive tendencies.
Well, speaking of Direwolves, let's take a look at their lineup, shall we? Their top laner, who we spoke about, is Chippies, with those extra cards up his sleeve. Their jungler is Schoenfire, who popped off on the Zac last week. Their mid laner is Fantix, and their bot lane is comprised of King, their AD carry, and support player and friend of the show, Destiny. I was sliding into Destiny's DMs this week. I was having a quick chat with him.
Were you?
What do you reckon his favourite film of all time is, if you had to guess?
Favorite film? Up.
Up. Interesting choice. The exact opposite of that, in fact, it is 8 Mile. It's the Eminem movie, the Eminem semi-autobiographical biopic, 8 Mile. There you go. Anyway, let's take a look
Thank you for that.
at their opponents across the Rift. Regicide are getting ready to play this game against a very favourable opposition. Their top laner is ZZZ. Their jungler is Fade. Their mid laner is Human. Their AD carry is Kedu, and their support is Shenchuan, their bot lane has played a couple of rotations now, and I feel like they can only improve after last week's performance against AV because they got stomped, losing 7-minute turrets in I think 2 games.
Yeah, I know them both from solo queue, and they both are very good players. It was very surprising that. I was really hoping that they had a good debut last week, but as you said, it's only uphill from here.
Yep.
It's only up from here, but
it's only uphill from. It's only going to get more difficult, to be honest.
It's going to be way harder next week.
Well, speaking of which, let's get you guys' predictions before we get into this first match. This first game of our second match. Choo-choos. Do you think your friends from solo queue can make it happen?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
No. I want to say 2-0 Direwolves, but then I just said that for Legacy, but I feel like this game will be different. I'm going to say 2-0 Direwolves.
All right. Jish?
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 Direwolves, despite being wrong last time. I think that Direwolves are the better team, and they'll win 2-0, which sounds a lot like what I said half an hour ago, but whatever.
All right. Well, let's take a look at your tips as well. opltips.com.au. And once again, Direwolves out in front and favourites. But those true believers... Those 7% of people who picked Regicide, if another upset happens, they are storming the table of the tipping ladder. Remember, we are giving out Uber Eats vouchers and also RP to winners of the tipping comp. And I think it's top 200 people who get some Uber Eats cash money. Well, maybe it's top 150. Anyway, it's a lot of people. Tweet at us your questions about patch 7.15, either on hashtag IMOPL or in Twitch chat. Ask your questions and we will put them up in our analyst desk segments. But for now, it is time for us to get into our second match of the day to see if Direwolves can take on Regicide and take the top of the ladder. Let's throw it over to your casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thanks, guys. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Tabiri. Awesome catch, by the way.
Thank you.
Hingis is out now, but we're about to get into this first match of the second series of today. Direwolves taking on Regicide.
Yeah, this should be a really fun game. I'm looking forward to seeing how Regicide have integrated Kedu into their lineup. We know he's a big hyper carry player. I'm excited to see whether he can take it to the Destiny King bottom lane. Before we get into that, Fish, what's your favorite film?
Ooh. This is a tough one. I actually don't know off the top of my head what my favorite film is.
You must have known this question was coming. I do this every time he gets asked.
No, because every time movies or TV shows come up, I'm always way behind everyone else I cast with.
But
especially
surely,
casting with Frost Scream for an entire split. Goodness.
Come on, you got to have
Save
something
me.
like Aladdin or something. What's the Singaporean equivalent of Aladdin?
What? Aladdin is the Singaporean equivalent of Aladdin spot.
All right, there we go. So you must. Did you like Aladdin as a kid?
Yes, I did. That was not my... For goodness sake, I don't know where to go. Probably Hercules. Disney
Hercules. I liked Hercules as well. That was great. Some fantastic songs in that. Won't sing for you now, but you come to karaoke with me in a couple of weeks. Certainly we'll bust them out now. Beauty and the Beast is the best film of all time, I think. And if we're banning Disney films, which all my friends do whenever we have this conversation, I like Fight Club. Fight Club is a very good film. Anyway.
I know you've got a few good stories about this film. You spoiled it for quite a few people.
Let's not talk about that.
Let's go into the picks and bets here. LeBlanc, Rennerton, and Callista banned out by the Direwolves. Regicide are going to take away Gragas, Maokai, as well as Thresh.
And I like this. I mean, Direwolves straight away, they hit the two big lane bullies that they like to play on the side of Regicide, LeBlanc as well as Renekton. If anyone is going to play ZZZ this week, it will... if anyone's going to play Urgot, it'll probably be ZZZ. However, I would like to see a Jogmore comp for Kedu.
Let's see what they do. Oh, they do lock in the Cogmore here, so Kedu will be playing that here today against the Caitlyn.
There we go.
And Lulu's picked up as well.
We saw this last week for the Chiefs against Sin, I believe. They stormed onto Summoner's Rift, big protect the Cogmore comp. They absolutely bodied Sin. Then Sin said, sorry, we're not letting that happen again. And got rid of the Lulu, I think, in the subsequent 2 drafts. And then it all fell on their face for the Chiefs, who since then have been probably licking their wounds back at the Chiefs' house. Something along those lines. But whoa, that's a different draft out at Direwolves.
Talia as well as Elise picked up very early for the Wolves.
I mean, they've thrown late game scaling on its head, Fish. This is a patch where Maokai, Zac, Sejuani are strong. And they've just locked in Elise Talia.
I mean, you challenge Fantix to pick something other than Corki. He's done it!
I mean, he's picked, like, Mage Corki. Wall is pretty much the same as Package. Very similar. Rockets is just Q. I could come up with some metaphors here.
Well, auto attacks are different though, Spawn.
He also told me upstairs, if it's open, he's picking it. So, there we go.
Jarvan is the response from Regicide, one of ZZZ's stronger champions. And they actually ban out Jax as the first pick from Chippies.
Jax has a fine lane into Jarvan. We've spoken about this a lot on the show. We're one of the regions that still plays Jax, so makes sense to get rid of that. I would expect maybe a Camille ban to come out as well, Fish, if they're worried about Chippy's champion pool.
Potentially. Let's see if they do go for the Camille ban here. If they take away something more meta-heavy. Jajana gets banned out from Destiny.
Makes sense. They want to play the scaling bottom lane.
I mean, Zed's going to be the final ban from the Direwolves. That makes sense. Double assassin ban towards Sealman. And on top of that, Camille ban not coming through. Jarvan does do all right into the matchup top lane.
They can also flex it to jungle.
True.
Forgot to mention that about Regicide.
They do it all the
plays Jarvan jungle. That's really boring at Suman.
I mean, I believe they played Jarvan jungle once when we thought it was going to be better top lane than the actual jungler they picked. Suman is relegated back to Orianna.
Yeah, they picked Jarvan Gragas. And then they sent the Gragas top and the Jarvan into jungle.
It was against a good matchup for Jarvan as well, but not for Gragas. It was curious, but let's see what Regicide decided to do, because from the looks of things, 80 carry support jungler was their first pick.
Yep.
You'd have to assume this final pick for the Wolfpack is going to, for Regicide, is going to be trying to counter top lane for Chippies with a Jace pick for the Direwolves. He's been playing it a lot recently. Alistar gets locked in as their support of choice.
I love Sharp. He's going to be on the desk tomorrow, and he's probably going to win this game because he's got a very good outfit, but I do not like his draft. They're running a tankless lineup right now, pretty much. They've only got Alistar for any form of tankiness, and ever since we nerfed his ultimate Fish, he's not even all that tanky. And they are going up against a team-fighting wombo combo. They've got better 1-3-1, but we've just seen that with things like Jarvan on the current patch, it is so easy to force. And Fade's picked up his Kha'Zix again, which we thought would be exclusively banned against him after he went 17-0 something the other day.
I mean, Kha'Zix is one of the champions that was thought to come back with lethality changes again. It was banned out throughout the first week of the OPL.
Yeah, but let's talk about the Direwolves draft, because I feel it's much more interesting. They've got 1-3-1. Jace should be able to bully a little bit. Probably going to be a Bork Jace in the top lane going up against Jarvan, who's a HP stacker. So the Jace does a little, like, it does all right into it. Talia in the mid lane going to be able to shove in. Orianna doesn't like to go to side wave. And then they've got an okay 3-man unit, although since the nerfs come through to Caitlyn. In saying that, Kha'Zix plus Orianna Ball plus Jarvan is a lot of force, and then Kedu's going to have incredibly long range with the Lulu speed up. So I think that as far as drafts go, Regicide's coach, Vicarious, has given them a pretty decent shot at winning this game.
I really liked Regicide's draft. One question I do have, though, is he's been very outspoken about how Chern Chern's the more aggressive support that they have on their roster. They put him on a Lulu, who isn't
Just take
necessarily the best
Just take
aggressive one.
Thunderlords. Just take Thunderlords. If you want to play aggressive Lulu, especially into Alistar, just take Thunderlords, put picks onto him, start autoing him in the head. You'll be absolutely fine. No, in all seriousness, it's probably going to be win speakers, but Lulu will still be able to bully out Alistar.
Let's see if that goes well for them. I mean, Alistar, as you mentioned, not as tanky as before, did get a slight buff to his ultimate recently, so a little bit better and has been seeing a bit more play locally and internationally. But still, very curious. No tank jungler, no tank top lane.
Well, Alistar's being played lately because heaps of tanks are being played. And therefore, he's disruptive. And, you know, if he doesn't get punished in that laning phase, he's got great CC. No one's really going to turn around and focus him out when you've got a Zac, a Sejuani, and all these other champions jumping on you.
No, he's the only one.
Unfortunately, he's the only one in this game. Fish.
I mean, could this be because of the Kog'Maw pick? No tanks for him to shred? Makes it harder for him to do his job? Who knows?
Who knows? He's gone cleanse and Chen Xuan's gone heal. This is awesome. We're going to see Wit's End.
Well, let's talk about this a little bit more later on, but for now, Hingers is standing by with the Direwolves coach, Sharp.
Thanks, guys. I'm standing by here with Sharp. And I guess I want to ask about your draft. It feels like you guys are playing a 1-3-1 versus a very team fight heavy comp out of Regicide. Do you see that as a danger at all, with them just being able to like stomp team fights?
Yeah, well, it will really come down to how we execute our composition. As long as we take the fights that we want, constantly talking about what type of fights we want to take and how we want to fight, that'll be really important. So obviously if we slip up, it could be quite bad for us, but I'm quite confident in how the guys have been playing throughout the week, and this is really what we've been practicing. So yeah, it'd be good to see.
I asked this about to Soul Strikes as well in the previous interview, but in the tank meta, I feel like you're not picking a lot of tanks. You've just got Alistar. Are you worried at all that you guys are just getting shredded at all? Or
no, well, again, like it really does just come down to how you execute your composition. Like we obviously have the Elise and a lot of early aggression with Talia and a lot of lane pressure with Caitlyn. So as long as we transition those early advantages in lane and push our advantages like steadily throughout the game, it should be fine.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, thank you for speaking to us, and I look forward to you being on the desk tomorrow.
Oh, sweet.
I like his answers there. I agree with him. It comes down to execution. And the beauty of that answer is that you can say that about anything, Fish. Legitimately any comp in the world. If you out-execute the other team, you're most likely going to win.
Full support team?
However, what coaches don't tell you when they give you that speech is that one comp is much easier to execute than the other. And that's what I feel is the problem right now.
I mean,
thoughts?
Isn't that good for the Direwolves? Because they theoretically should be the team that can execute a harder team comp than Regicide.
That is the case, and I think that is exactly what he's saying. SKT, when tanks were running around a little bit last season, were running full tankless, no engage lineups, and they pretty much reshaped the meta around it in Korea, because they were just coming online at like 1.5 items and absolutely blowing people out of the water. So all of a sudden, people had to play early against them, and the meta just left the tank lineups. And I think that that's kind of what Sharp is saying now. If we can execute on this comp with an Elise, with a Jace, as well as a Talia, should be a very quick win.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to do just that. But one thing we really want to focus on as well is this bottom lane from Regicide. You were talking a lot about this earlier today before we went on to the broadcast. But Chunstred and Kedu, two very strong solo queue players, have picked up this cleanse heal tactic. And it's cleanse on the AD carry with heal on the support, something we haven't seen for quite a few seasons.
Yeah, exactly right. So the thought behind that is that Chen Xuan is going to have the added heal mastery and all the other good things, like as well as the items that increase your heal. So technically, he's going to be able to give a bigger heal than Kedu, is all I'm trying to say, right?
Yep.
Kedu is going to be able to get rid of some form of CC without having to go on early Chalice, which means Ardent Sensor can come out as first item from Chen Xuan. Also means that if he gets ganked right now, he's going to be able to run away.
Let's see what happens. That's a flash straight up to Chunstred, who gets ignited straight away. We'll use his heal, and they get good damage on him. First blood picked up by Shenfire.
Yep, so really nice gank out of Shenfire. However, off the back end of that, has completely given up topside control of his jungle. That should mean that Fade is able to just walk in and take his blue buff right now. But it's certainly worthwhile. You want to be able to shut down. He's not even going for it. He's going for a gank, and he's been spotted out.
Yeah, wants to try and get the jump on towards Chippies. ZZZ is trying to collapse. Flag comes out, no drag, knocks him back. Chippies is away. It doesn't even take much damage for his trouble.
Yeah, Fade goes in again, however, Fish.
Good damage
That's better.
that time. So that's worthwhile.
Yes and no. I think taking the blue buff away from Shern would have been better, because all of a sudden Shern has an item advantage as well as going to have camp advantages. So we'll see exactly how it works out. Bottom lane, Kedu is very far behind. We already mentioned this.
And this is not going to be an easy lane for the Kog'Maw Lulu. Yes, they're against a melee support, but it's a Caitlyn up against who just does this. Traps down, headshot comes out, and you're at half health. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it certainly is, although there is going to be a certain time in this laning phase where they do that, and then Kedu gets a massive shield, turns around and just starts killing Destiny. So I don't think it's an incredibly hard lane.
So one thing you mentioned was Wit's End coming out for this Kog'Maw. Why is that for the cleanse heal?
Because generally with this build that we've seen, for whatever reason, they like the earlier spike of Wit's End over the little bit longer Blade of the Ruined King. So we'll see whether I'm right, but it's just something that they like to come online a little bit earlier. Fantix is winning this mid lane very hard. He's up a potion, as well as about 6 CS at this stage, Fish.
Doing incredibly well on the Talia. Very dominant lane. Oriana not that great into the champion.
Gets shoved in, and then Talia just leaves and ganks bottom lane over and over again. That's kind of what we've seen.
Hates being shoved in. She wants to control that way.
Yep. You're going to see potentially another dive bottom lane.
Ooh, this is dangerous. No summoner spells except for Flash on Kedu. Shofire's behind him, flashes forward. They're going to lock down Lulu again. That's a dead purple lady. Chen Shuan gets that kill.
And
sorry, Destiny.
This is what they said that they wanted to do. They wanted to control early tempo through the Elise and really bully around the lanes, and they certainly are doing that right now, Fish.
And it's the perfect lane to do it against. Kedu's on a hyper-scaling AD carry of Kog'Maw. He's shut down very early, makes it harder for him to get online later on.
Now Fade's been stunned up as well.
He's going to get comboed as well by Destiny. The cowbells are ticking. King, even 90 caliber netting forward to try and get more damage down.
And Kedu, unfortunately, has just missed 3 waves of creeps.
Not great. 34 CS to 17 in the bottom lane. Already a big lead for Direwolves.
Yeah, and Fade also, because he went down when support wasn't alive, had to burn Flash Fish. So he's not going to be able to impact that bottom lane without a summoner spell anytime soon.
I mean,
also going to base.
Top lane's dead between Chippies and ZZZ. But in the mid lane, already a small lead for Fantix. Jungle, Direwolves have a massive lead for Shermfire, and King of Destiny both 400 gold up over their counterparts.
Yep, this is a very rough early game when you're down 1,800 gold at only 5 minutes. And all that gold is going over to Shern and going over to King, who's coming back to lane on already a lane bully with a BF sword. Completely agree with you. This early game is going to be really rough, Fish. We'll see whether RGC can turn it around, because so many times we've seen ZZZ go even, but that unfortunately is not winning them games of League of Legends.
Yeah, he's either gone even or he's won his lane. Every single match he looks like the pillar for Regicide. Fade then tries to back him up. He's tried to have impact on the top side of the map here. However, for Regicide recently, it's been Suman as well as their bottom lane that have not been living up to expectations. Specifically, the bottom lane AD carry, which has now been swapped out to Kedu, who has not had the best performances so far.
Yep.
But Suman, again, he was one of those players that came into Split 1 looking phenomenal, taking it to the likes of Swift.
Here we go.
Fade just caught out here. Stonefire gets good damage, smites away the Raptor camp, and Chippy just snipes off. Very clean from the Direwolves.
Certainly is, and Fade, even though he was upper level there, loses a camp, going to lose topside jungle control. Fantix is just walking at Suman.
That's in between 2 turrets. He does not care.
Does not give a damn right now, Fish.
Stonefire going to take away more camps for himself. Topside map is his. He's already got the Raptors. He wants Krugs as well. Fade is going to be set so far behind, and is this what Sharp was talking about?
Yeah, this is exactly what Sharp was talking about, how active Elise can be in the early game, doesn't need to get going at all. And Moby boots and just run around between the lanes and continually gank is certainly working out, Fish. Got 2 good deep wards onto the camps to see if Fade goes back onto that side of the map. And right now, they need to just put a big stall on this game. They need Kedu to get towards 1.5, 2 items. But that's not going to happen if he keeps taking trades like that. They need their mid lane Oriana to be, 2.5, 3 items. As Shern is down here again.
Oh boy. They know exactly where Fade is as well, so they can make this play if they want to. Suman forced to rotate early.
Shern's gone over aggressive here, Fish. He should die.
Gets a cocoon onto Suman and
Should
turns
still
around.
die.
Pops the rappel. Trying to jump down to Scuttle Crab. Will avoid all the damage from Suman. Kado's going to stand and deliver, but already forcing a flash out of Chenshon. Fantix now right on top of the Orianna. Shockwave used very early to get an even trade. Rock still being thrown. That's a flash angry counter to face. Suman gets taken down.
That was so strange. Shern was level 5 and ZZZ looking to pick up a kill onto Chippies.
Drop the flag. Doesn't have enough.
Ooh, probably could have got that if he kept going forward there, Fish. I think he thought he had enough damage. Yeah, what I was going to say is you should be able to time where Shern's coming down with a Shockwave combo. He's level 5 with Moby Boots. I mean, that should have been a kill right there. Instead, they didn't want to pull the trigger on the ability. Chenchuan flashed away. He's level 4 to level 6, if you don't mind, and they're going to gank him in between turrets.
It's not great. Yeah, Direwolves are setting up for that. They want Gronk first.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they want.
No, he loses patience, and so that's on top of a ward as well.
You can see they can't even approach the turret. This is going to be a 9-minute turret going down for Regicide.
Oh, Kato got it!
I mean, that's a consolation prize, Fish.
Yay, we got a crop. Threw his tennis ball out. Couldn't have
4,000 gold at only 9 minutes into this one.
Oh, it's 4,000 for King. It's 2,200 for Kedu.
2,800 gold up is King.
Not great. So this is a very one-sided affair at the moment. First turret falls for Direwolves as well. They're looking like they want to go for a perfect game.
22 to 4,000.
My goodness. That's a bit scary though. If this is the lead Direwolves can create against Regicide this early on to the match, I mean, we expect them to be very dominant in a game against one of the bottom of the table teams, but this is an absolute statement.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. And there's not really all that much else to say about it, Fish. They're up a lot of gold, and they've got an Ashe who's going to be able to rotate around Summoner's Rift. I mean, unless you can really deeply freeze and defend turrets with your Orianna or something along those lines, which, you know, Rift Herald has certainly stopped being the case, then I actually don't know how they get back into this game anymore. They've just lost complete touch with the tempo of the game.
Chenshon level 5 being pulled into mid lane to defend Suman. That turret's almost fall down naturally. King's rotating topside to gank a Jarvan. Let's see if ZZ can survive this one. He's been the big playmaker for his team. Almost solo killed Chippies in this match. And his turret's under siege from a Caitlyn as well as a Jace.
I mean, ZZZ's doing well in this lane. He's still up in CS.
Good play, ZZ.
Even though everything is going wrong, you can see they swap into the 1-3-1 nice and early here to lead bottom lane. But they need to continue the pace of this game because we keep saying it, Fish, but there will be a time where the Cogmore does eventually get a couple of items, comes online. We saw that last week with Raze, where even though they lost, I think, by 12,000 gold, he did the most damage in the game by a ridiculous amount.
Yep.
And that Jarvan just becomes inherently more useful than what is going to be a full lethality Jace. Although ganking Suman now.
Ooh, pops the
he
cleanse
use
in,
cleanse?
flash. Get out of the knockup so he can flash away.
No, you can flash headbutt.
Strange.
That's wrong. He fat-fingered or something there.
Just wanted to press both buttons just in case. Riftfel's going to get a wasted charge on this turret, but still kills it.
Yep, they're not going to stick around for any more in the mid lane at least. Just going to look to shove that one in. Top lane already going to be on the turret, Fish.
5,000 gold lead, 11 minutes in for Direwolves. This is not a great game for Regicide. At some point you got to go, let's stop the perfect game, because that's what Direwolves are looking towards now.
I mean, honestly, I think that they're still just trying to say, we've got the scaling advantage. It's on our side. We fell down really far behind early, and that's going to be what comes of that. But for right now, we should just look to, you know, be getting Kedu towards 2 items and an Ardent Sensor, getting everything else back towards, you know, a little bit more neutralized, and seeing what we can create off the back end of a stable mid game. They're going to be 5,000 gold heading into the mid game, but if the game goes for, you know, 30, 35 minutes, maybe they've got enough of a comp advantage that they can look to turn this one around.
Do you think we're going to see more heal and support and more cleanse on AD carries besides this lane? Because that was something that was very popular a few seasons ago before heal gave you that movement speed boost.
Yeah, I like it. The reason I like it is I think that, you know, buying QSS early is such a sink at the moment, and everyone has CC. So I honestly think it's a okay pickup. You can see that Shern still wants to impact this lane.
Oh, wall gets thrown down, forced to flash after that.
Yeah, they just don't want to die right now. You can see that in the bottom lane, Chippy's knows that they're looking to gank him, so he's backed right away from the turret.
Daryl's got another one for themselves for free here. ZZ got some damage on bottom lane Auto, but doesn't kill it. ZZ's actually a level up over Chippy, so he's doing well in that lane, but the rest of his team is really falling apart right now.
Doesn't matter how well he's doing if the game continues to go this poorly. And Shern, once again, should nearly die here. The Orianna could have stepped up and put the ball down. They're looking to teleport.
That's a flank. Both teleports are coming into this fight. ZZ jumps in first. We're going to double Claticus, but he's bounced around in the air. Chippies will finally get on in. Java's the first to fall. Renaissance are grouped up as 4, but Kedu gets shoved back. Shockwave lands on 2. King of Destiny are fine, though. There's the heal being used by Chern. Chernfire looking for a cocoon. Good blast cone, though. However, they do combo Suman in the mid lane, and rocks are being thrown one after the other. Big team fight for the Wolfpack.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, that's a desperation play coming in from Regicide. You don't want to be fighting when you're 8,000 gold down and all of the members are on the same part of the map. However, they did pull the trigger, and now Kedu has to burn
his cleanse.
His cleanse as a stray cocoon hit him in the face.
And yeah, 14 minutes in, 26,500 to 18,500 gold. Direwolves commanding their victory. Commanding in the lead, I should say. It's not over yet, but it's looking nigh impossible for Regicide to try and find a way back into this game.
This is a real difficult game to win now. I mean, your jungler doesn't even have jungle item. All of your turrets are gone. Your map is in complete disrepair. You had one person with an advantage, that was going to be ZZZ. That's not even really the case anymore because Chippies was able to pick up a kill. There's just no positive things left to say about this game for Regicide. If it goes for 40 minutes, sure, but I don't think the game's going to go that long, Fish.
It's going to be difficult, especially against the aggressive comp the Direwolves have. They can just run straight at you. ZZ does not have the items to tank up a fed lineup of 5 carries except for Alistar. 4 carries, I should say. Kedu only has a recurve bow. That's to an Infinity Edge components of a Seal from King. Not looking very good at all.
Kedu has nothing, Fish.
Kedu he's got a cool skin.
Nothing.
That's what he's going for. Right
I
now.
mean, talking about people with absolutely nothing, Chen Shuwen has 0.
He's a ward bot.
Yep.
They actually catch out Fade as well. He's dead. Shenfire gets a very easy kill there. But if you're the Direwolves, do you just look to try and continue this game as it goes? Do you take it slow? Do you try to be more aggressive and try and finish this one faster?
I mean, I don't know if they can finish it faster. It's only 15 minutes in and the game's already over. Now they're just locking down turrets.
So good wall being built by Fantix. They shove ZZZ back. He's taken more than half his health and damage. The rest of Regicide do collapse to prevent this turret from falling, but Chippies is split pushing top side of the map and will get top lane in for his trouble.
Yeah, it certainly will. So they're just going to look to, you know, play a little bit of 1-4 now. Talia wall has been used, so there's no way she can go into a different lane. You can see that Shern thought the Shockwave was going to come out. It wasn't, so they're absolutely safe, and they're going to knock down 2 turrets and make it a 10,000 gold lead at 16 minutes in.
Yep, only the base is left standing for Regicide.
I was going to say, that's the good news, is that they can now just sit in their base and shop whatever they want. And there's no Baron available, because there's only 16 minutes in the game. So, you know, technically, there's not really all that much apart from jungle creeps and a dragon for Direwolves to take away, unless they want to assault the base at only 17 minutes in. Yep. Bad news is, Fish, is that you're stuck in your base at 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I was going to say, for good news, it's surprisingly bad, Spawn. Don't think if you're Regicide, you'd be happy hearing that.
I've got nothing else for you, mate.
You're the analyst!
Back to the movies we used to like to watch.
I know one. Infernal Affairs.
Infernal Affairs?
That was the movie that The Departed was based on.
Oh, really?
It's not in English. I can't remember what dialect it was in. But it was really good. Liked it a lot.
So you claim to speak Mandarin. Yet to be confirmed or denied, Fish. Did you learn it in high school, or did you just learn it from growing up?
I started learning it when I was 6 years old.
But in high school, in school, or in
school?
Okay.
So I took Mandarin classes all the way till I was 15.
Okay.
And when I was 16 years old, I could not pass a single test. So they put me in what is known in Singapore as CLB, Chinese Language Basic. And it's basically you learn how to speak in simple conversations. And I passed that one.
Makes sense.
So I did all right. But it was, I used to take Mandarin lessons 5 times a week outside of school. And I was still horrible.
As well.
Yes.
Boy, oh boy, Fish.
I was not a very bright student. And they're still trying to force fights here against Regicide.
I mean, they can do whatever they want, as I said, but it is going to be a little bit more difficult. Chippy's with a red buff, fancies his chances against ZZZ. ZZZ says that's not fair. If this was an even game, I would fight you, but it's not an even game, so I refuse. Go away.
ZZ almost solo killed him. He was 5 health and 10 mana off dropping a flag on Chippy's face.
Yep.
But this game is slowly turning into an even bigger disaster than what it already was. Chippy's has been locked down in the bottom lane, but he just flashes out.
Forces him to flash again. Telling you. I actually really want to see RSI, ZZZ, Paradise, whatever you want to call him, playing on a top 4 team. Because I think he has legitimate talent in the OPL.
Well, he's been trying to carry Regicide to success, but it's not working so far. Dial was with a great Talia wall, just shoved down an inhibitor turret. No one from Regicide could get close.
Exactly right. They knew that ZZZ's Cataclysm was down. Really all that they're worried about is a Cataclysm into a 5-man Cataclysm, 5-man Shockwave. I don't know. Maybe if they had a 5-man Jinx rocket flying as well, although Jinx obviously not on their team this game, so they'd have to, call in some aerial support from a different game.
Well, they're going to try and force a fight. Shockwave whiffs. ZZ engaged for nothing. Teleports coming in from Chippies. ZZ looks to be the first target, but he's very healthy. Double slam from Chippies. Almost kills 2 people. Kato gets sniped from a Caitlyn. No one from Regicide wanted to take the bullet for him. 19 minutes in. Pick up 3 kills and they're in the base.
Yeah, exactly right. But, still not the end of the game. Might be able to pick up a Baron or something like that off the back end of it, Fish. After all, it's only a 13,000 gold lead, so slow play this one, Direwolves.
That's all they have, Spawn?
That is all they had.
They're actually going to blast cone into the Baron pit. It's not even spawned yet.
Here he comes.
Rah, I'm scary.
Baron buff is never late, nor is it early, Fish. It arrives exactly as it...
But he's not a wizard. Harry.
You don't know that. You obviously don't know that.
Oh, goodness. That's a 20-minute, 10-second Baron buff picked up right on spawn. And this was the fight from Regicide.
Certainly was. Fantix pops the Ghost, able to get just out of range with no Shockwave going down. Just means Chippies can come in, as you already mentioned. Big to the skies. Picks up the first kill, and then the snipe from King will pick up the last kill of that team fight. Keto's gone with a Ginsu's Rage Blade. So... generally, what you want to get is your second item on Cogmore a lot of the time. However, as he's only going to get 1 item this game, may as well pick it up now.
I mean, if you can rush it, it's a big power spike, but up against a Infinity Edge static ship Zeal, not that big of a power spike anymore.
Yep.
Goodness sake. Regicide are trying to go for one final play at least. They were sneaking around the backside, but immediately cut off by Fantix. Fade jumps over. ZZ is just stuck there now. Knocked back by Destiny. They want to hunt out this Jarvan. He's going to flag and drag his way back towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really care. That's going to open up the map again, this time in a different area.
He's going to go for a flank, though.
Yeah, he should. I mean, this is going to be the kitchen sink play, Fish.
Throw everything you can at the Direwolves.
Throw everything you can at them. This is our stand. We have no Gandalf because we stuffed it up already. CZZ goes in.
Yeah, but he's already going to go down. Faye trying to jump on King's face. Will he be able to get that kill? He does! He stops the perfect game spawn! Regicide have done something, but the rest of their team is getting absolutely smashed. Shutdown comes out from Keto, but 3 members of the Direwolves are alive.
Yeah, exactly right. So they've still got 3 members up. They're going to be able to break all the inhibitors here if they so want to. Then they should just recall and one more push to do this game all it needs.
I thought they could aim right
here.
Nah,
they can't aim.
They're going to try. They've got 3 waves of supers charging in with Baron buff. Direwolves already on towards the Nexus turret. 6 seconds of both Fane and ZZZ. Nexus turrets are going to fall, and Direwolves back out. Put the cameras down. Get them away. No Direwolves yet.
Yeah, so didn't have anyone to hit the Nexus itself, Fish. Which is the problem. But at the same time, when we're talking about problems for the Direwolves, it's that they can't win the game in 22 minutes. They're 17,000 gold up at the moment.
It's the problem for the Direwolves is that they're 22 minutes in. They haven't won the game. They've taken all the dragons, all the barons, and they've died twice. That's your Direwolf problem here. I think I'd be happy with having that as a problem.
So would I. Another dragon goes down. That one was an infernal, it looked like.
So I'm always curious. Like, if you're a coach of a team like the Direwolves now, who absolutely smashed game 1, what do you say going into game 2? All right, guys, let's do it again.
Exactly
Same
right.
thing.
Exactly like that. You highlight what they did well to win this game. You don't talk about, what was happening 15 minutes plus. You talk about Shern's jungle pathing, the fact that it wasn't punished, so you can go for aggressive pathing again, how they shut down this Cogmore lane. Sleer Wall's going to come in. But pretty much all the positives that they had from the start. Great headbutt pole.
Big headbutt pole come out from Destiny. ZZ is going to fall first. Suman as well as Kedu already retreating towards the fountain. They can't fight against that. Big shockwave will come out, but it's already a double kill picked up by Chippies. Direwolves will finish up this game 23 minutes in and a very decisive victory.
And Sharp went into the coach's interview and said, yes, we don't have the best late game, but if we execute, it will not matter. And they were able to execute on that early game. They were able to get the Lulu kills when they needed to. With those summoner spells burnt, they just kept going back down there. And they knew that they had more early game strength across the board. And that's what that game showed.
And he was right. At the end of the day, it did not matter because Direwolves were dominant. Regicide, sometimes when they pick up very early defeats, you can still credit one side of their map. I think even in this game, there was not much they did right.
No, there certainly wasn't. I mean, I need to think of a new word that isn't shellacking. That's like the next level of a shellacking. They are shellacked and then some. It was like, yeah, I have absolutely, as I said, that was just one of those games that everything started poorly, and unfortunately, it just never got better.
No, it did not get better at all for Regicide. Dire was able to pick up a very decisive victory. Curious to see if they've got any more tricks up their sleeves, but for now, to break down that quick game, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, it seems like you're right, Jish. Lightning is not going to strike twice. But Dial was too strong for Regicide in that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was such like I guess from like a viewing standpoint, a really, really boring game to watch. But like I guess from like an analytical standpoint, just like such a clean performance from Direwolves.
Yeah, I mean, they played the game perfectly, really. Shernfire destroyed the bot lane, completely nullified Regicide's win condition. Just very clean game.
The thing that kind of interests me about this is that going into this, Sharp kind of said quite publicly, look, we haven't been playing to our strengths, obviously losing against Legacy last week. And then I had a quick chat to him before our interview, and he said, look, this is the week where we're finally beginning to hopefully translate a lot of our like scrim practice and stuff onto stage. We're feeling a lot better. We're feeling, so going to this, they felt good, and they played really, really well.
I mean, that's what you really want. Every team really wants that.
Yeah.
Like, you want to, even if you're losing, like if you have a bad week of scrims, I mean, you'd like to play well on the day, but if you have a good week of scrims, you'd like to show that you've been doing well in practice. You show that on the game day, and I think Direwolves really showed that against Regicide today.
Yeah, it sort of echoes the whole philosophy behind Direwolves. They're playing like a split long sort of event. It's not just like like they're just looking for playoffs or gauntlet. They're very, very much centered around like their week-to-week improvement, and then like transitioning a slow learning sort of grind. And I think that if this is like the trajectory they're on, then I guess they're looking pretty good for Gauntlet.
Meanwhile, for Regicide, do you feel like they played the same style they've played previously, Choo-Choos, or is this kind of a new, potentially worse style from Regicide?
So you even told me, but I've always praised Regicide for the ability to create or be proactive from behind. And I mean, they're always behind, so it's kind of hard to justify that. But in this replay, you can see the Jarvan is the first person to make a TP play. He teleports top, and they want to collapse on Shernfire and the rest of Direwolves in the enemy jungle.
A lot of
You can
pings.
see Jace is also TPing in. And the biggest thing I'd like to highlight about this is how Regicide weren't able to commit to one or the other. They didn't know if they should go for the TP or if they should commit to Jarvan in the backline. So they spent about 2 seconds walking back and forth, but this is pure gold lead at this point. They're down about 6k at 13 minutes, so it was a very, very hard team fight to pull off. But yeah, the ability to make proactive plays when you're 6k behind that early on is impressive, and a lot of OPL teams can't do that.
Yeah, I feel like there's almost like this small disconnect because it was very clear that ZZZ would like wanted to get in that like heavy, like the deep flank sort of thing, and that maybe if Schumann was a little bit earlier for the fight, that you would see like that EQ combo ult, and he would just like follow him with the shockwave. But Schumann was sort of lagging behind the rest of his team, kind of scared of the Jace like from above him. So yeah, just sort of like on 2 different pages there.
Yeah. The thing is, that game was never out of Direwolves' control. Like for the whole time, they were just like doing whatever they want. And it did look like it was going to be a perfect game, Jish. It was so close. So close.
So this is just throwing the dogs a bone at this point. We saw like ZZZ got chased out of his own base practically and came in for like this big flank from behind. And then I was watching upstairs. I was like waiting for Fade to flash on King, and he does, and he gets the kill onto King. Ruins their perfect game. Chippy's obviously gives up at that point. Just they quickly kill him as well. But there's not much else you can say when you've got like a 10,000 plus gold lead at 20 minutes. I'm just glad that they grabbed up a couple cheeky kills at the end.
Yeah. So something for them to hold on to out of that first game. We'll see if they can improve in game 2 of the series. I want to talk quickly about the draft now. Direwolves picked up Caitlyn, Elise, Talia, Jace, Alistar, and I spoke to Shaft. I spoke to Sharp about the draft. My goodness, before we went in, and he was saying, "Look, as long as we can execute this comp well, we're going to be fine. We pick the fights we want to take, and we're going to be fine." Also, interestingly, they're still not revealing anything, Jish. They're still playing the same kinds of comps they've been playing for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah, I think that they're sort of playing to their opponents a little bit here, because I think multiple times throughout the split, Regicide have looked like the team that if you push their head underwater, they're going to drown very quickly. And I think that having such a pressure-heavy bottom lane and a really an impactful jungler early just means that when they start losing in one lane, it's really hard for them to hold their own elsewhere. And that's the mark of a lot of good OPL teams is that if they lose one lane, they'll start winning the other and they'll capitalize on that. And Regicide just aren't there yet. So I think that moving into the next draft, they need to sort of safeguard probably their bottom lane again, but potentially look to create winning matchups elsewhere.
You can see how practiced this is. They Direwolves bot lane. They played Caitlyn so many times internationally at Rift Rivals. They showed how they're able to push the tower and rotate and push it an early advantage and snowball the game off that. And I did find it very surprising that Regicide did opt out for the Lulu Cog into that kind of Direwolves playstyle that we're used to seeing. And what I'd like to see next game is an assassin. I want to see Soyman on not the Orianna. I'd like to see him on Blanc or Ari, the champions that he's known for, and try and catch them off guard.
Well, I will say to that extent, Direwolves did ban LeBlanc, Ari, and Zed, so they obviously see his assassin champ pool as a bit of a threat as well.
They're blue side now.
So they first pick it.
Yes.
First pick Zed.
Well, after a game like that, why not? To be fair, you need to catch them off guard. You're picking traditional compositions like this. The Jarvan top lane, Kha'Zix is a bit strange, but you really need to try and shake Direwolves up.
So as a mid laner, what's your go-to cannot be counterpicked mid lane assassin then? Is there one?
Zed. I think Zed was
Just looks skeptical.
But I just don't think you can put that those things in the same sentence, right? You can't have a go-to uncountable assassin. If you pick an assassin, there probably is an answer,
Zed,
and then it becomes a skill matchup.
If you're good enough at an assassin, you can beat anything.
Yeah, well, if you're good enough at anything, you can beat anything. Obviously, the skill ceiling is so high.
If you're good enough at a champion, it's just
you can beat someone who's worse at the game. Sure, yeah.
One Tricks are so used to playing at a bad matchup that they can pull it together. And,
I see.
Yeah.
So do you think he's on his way to? So okay, look, I'm not gonna ask if he's a one trick, but do you think this Cogmore comp should come out again, or do you think something more standard?
No. Do not play the Cogmore comp again. Direwolves bot lane is too strong for that. Shernfire showed that he can punish that. Try something else. Try something that's worked. They did take a series of TM.
Go back to that, maybe.
Yeah, go back to that. Play your LeBlanc, your Ari. I do like the Kha'Zix on Fade. It's a champion that he's shown to be really good on.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that again.
Yeah, I want to see a little bit more early laning power, maybe an early pressuring jungle if they can get the Elise themselves sort of thing. Yeah. Otherwise, his Kha'Zix has looked pretty good too. I just think that, they're putting themselves in a little bit of deficit when they're going to get pushed across. I think all three lanes, they probably just got shoved in, and then it gave too much power to Shernfire. So I want to see a little bit more fight coming out of Regicide in this second draft.
I think for about 3 weeks we saw Fantix play exclusively Corki. He played 6 games of Corki in a row. In last week and this week he's played a little bit more. That's a nice little cinematic we're showing there.
It was very strange.
He's showing his Talia now.
Yeah.
So he's playing a couple of different things.
If you look at his solo queue match history, you'd actually think that he is literally a Talia one trick at this point. He's got 30 games or something going on recently.
I think he's realized that. On the desk, we've hammered him about playing Corki for 3 weeks in a row.
Wait, you have?
Am I?
Absolutely.
Maybe, because I'm a mid laner. I'm allowed to do that. But seeing the Talia is really nice to see that he's trying to broaden his champion pool heading into the final weeks of the regular split.
Do you think he's trying to take Sin mid laner Tommy Rama Lee's crown as the best Talia in O's?
Maybe. Like, Talia, I'm a big fan of Talia in itself. Like, she's a champion that has the ability to just roam and win other lanes. And there's nothing better as a mid laner than making the other... Like, there's nothing better than me winning my bot lane... like their lane, and then the other bot lane complaining to their mid laner because of me. Like, that's probably the best feeling as a mid laner.
So you just want to cause discord in the other team.
And then and there's an argument and they fight and you're just laughing and you're like, yes, this is like,
my work here is done.
my work is done, and then you just let King carry.
Yeah, Jish, do you agree with that sentiment in terms of what you want to see out of a mid laner?
I think that's definitely a valuable trait to be able to win not only your own lane, but another one at the same time.
Not necessarily winning your lane, just
so you don't
sack your lane. It's not about you anymore.
Yeah, no, I think that it opens up a lot of interesting opportunities to Direwolves. Fantix is a massive TF player, and it makes sense that he can transfer, that sort of TF-esque playstyle onto Talia, who have, pretty similar playstyles.
Oh, maybe we'll see TF on the comeback as well. There's been some recent buffs.
Maybe.
Right. Let's, if you're watching at home and you want to tweet in #ImOPL, let us know your questions about 7.15. I'll pose them to our analysts in the next segment. We're also going to be accepting questions from Twitch chat, so please do get on board with that. However, it is time for us to get into our second game out of this. So, there's this tweet. We've got a tweet here at OPL. Would Urgot be a good jungler on 7.15 with his rotational mechanic? That's from Dagan Kuhn.
I like Urgot as a top laner. He's good trading and he has a good execute, but I'm not too sure about him in the jungle.
I like Urgot as nothing, especially not a jungler. I think that the changes looked so cool when I looked at the rework and I was watching him, beat up target dummies, and then I've seen him play in a few games, and I think he just looks like either no one's figured him out yet, or he's just not that good at the moment. And I don't think that putting him in the jungle hides that at all.
I mean, he does have like the knock up. He's got the E. He can get in there. He's got ganking potential, and he has the execute with his ultimate. It's like
glass half full, I guess. Glass half empty. I don't know. I think he looks garbage.
Yeah, I think we're probably just waiting for someone to figure it out and then show the rest of us.
Could that be you choose? Maybe we're going to see
Urgot. Maybe it'll be Minky Whale.
Minky Whale.
It probably will be Minky Whale. He's on some account. We don't know who he is yet.
All right, it's the only Urgot one trick in OS right now. Let's take a look at this tweet as well. #IMPL. When can we expect to see the change in meta to more suit movement? To suit movement speed junglers like Rammus and Hecarim and make the Cloud Drake worth? That's from Digital Ping Master. Well, I guess that's a question for the right balance team, to be honest.
So I guess as good as yours, buddy.
Yeah. What changes do you need? Well, let's talk about what changes do you need to see in the meta for those champions to be worthwhile?
I mean, this is like such a dumb answer, but I'm saying if they buff the movement speed to damage ratio Hecarim has insanely, maybe people will pick him. I just don't think that move speed is a very valuable stat, but it has that soft cap that you generally hit from just buying boots and stuff anyway. That makes the Cloud Dragon not that good, and both those junglers have inherent weaknesses right now in terms of just viability compared to other junglers. And I don't think that the way you address that is through making movement speed better. I think it's the rest of their kit.
Yeah, movement speed doesn't win you team fights.
Well,
unless you doing laps around an enemy champion won't reduce their health bar to 0. So
unless they buff the Cloud Drake to give you movement speed in team fights, like in combat movement speed, that'd be sick.
I mean, they'll definitely be useful for AD carries and mid laners. But in tank meta, everyone's sort of stuck in the same spot for a solid 30 seconds. And I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I'm a big fan of Hecarim and Rammus, so I would love to see those champions come back.
Yeah, they're heaps of fun to watch.
Yeah, all right. Well, tweet us your questions if you've got them. #ImOPL or via Twitch chat your questions about 7.15. I'll ask them to our analysts in the next desk segment. But for now, it is time for us to get to our second game of this second match of your OPL Saturday. So let's take a look at some highlights from game number 1.
See what happens. That's a flash straight up to Chanshred, who gets ignited straight away. Will use his heal, and they get good damage on him. First blood picked up by Surefire. Fantix now right on top of the Orianna. Shockwave used very early to get an even trade. Rock still being thrown. That's a flash angry counter to face. Silver gets taken down. Chippies will finally get on in. Jarvis the first to fall. Renaissance are grouped up as 4, but Kedu gets shoved back. Shockwave lands on 2. King of Destiny are fine though. There's a heal being used by Chanshred. Surefire looking for a cocoon. Good blast cone though. However, they do combo Silman in the mid lane, and Rocks are being thrown one after the other. Big team fight for the Wolfpack. CZ engaged for nothing. Teleports coming in from Chippies. He looks to be the first target, but he's very healthy. Double slam from Chippies. Almost kills 2 people. Kato gets sniped. from a Caitlyn. No one from Regicide wanted to take the bullet for him. 19 minutes in, pick up 3 kills and they're in the base. Faye trying to jump on King's face. Will he be able to get that kill? He does! He stops the perfect game spawn! Regicide have done something, but the rest of their team is getting absolutely smashed. Shutdown comes out from Kedu, but 3 members of the Direwolves are alive. Big headbutt pole coming out from Destiny. ZZ is going to fall first. Human as well as Kedu already retreating towards the fountain. They can't fight against that. Big shockwave will come out, but it's already a double kill picked up by Chippies. Direwolves will finish up this game 23 minutes in and a very decisive victory. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed the Direwolves pick up a very quick victory over Regicide. We're about to head into game number 2, and there's already been a substitute. It will be Yele coming into the jungle over Fade.
Certainly will be, but I want to talk about a different jungler, because if you are learning how to play jungle, Fish, if you're like one of those solo queue junglers and you're like, oh, I can't win games, like my team loses it before I even have any impact, blah, 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 whatever the heck junglers say in solo queue nowadays, go watch what Shernfire was just able to do to that bottom lane. He took 3 camps and then won the game, pretty much, is how he played Elise, and was able to have great impact in the first 8 minutes and set everything up for success. Taking out Johnson and putting in Yele, I think, probably does nothing for that man on your screen. As you can see, he's nice and relaxed. He's in the zone today, and he had such terrific impact on Elise that it kind of makes you question like what you know about the current meta. The current meta is the early game is so slow that it's hard to get Elise to have enough impact before the tanks take over. Well, throw that up in the air because Shernfire just absolutely won a game.
That's what you should have done in our solo queue game the other day, Spawn. You know, just dominate the bottom lane, let the 22 and 0-12 Nah carry
Zero. You didn't die.
No.
No, well, I seem to remember you dying in the last team fight, Fish, and us losing the game. When you have 22 kills, 6 items, and your top laner that you're playing against only has 2 items, you should be able to kill all the other team members.
I'm ZZZ. I don't know what you want from me.
That's all I'm saying. If you have 22 kills and you don't win a game, it's your fault.
They had a Twitch. We had a Vayne. It's not fair. Going into this match, it's very curious that Regicide are still swapping out players because we've identified this as a big problem for a lot of the
100%.
lower teams.
The thing about this, especially when they were swapping in English for Mandarin speakers, is that you're just ruining the dynamic about how your team communicates. And we know that Fade, or Johnson, as he was known last split, is one of the captains and one of the shot callers for your teams and has an absolutely massive part in setting this team up for victory. The one game they won against TM, he absolutely popped off. And I think that, you know, taking out your star jungler, even if his mental is a little bit boomed from being put in the bin by Shern, is a risk at this stage.
And there he is, Yele on the screen, coming back in for another game. Surprisingly, though, when he did play, we had Fade support, I think it was.
80 carry, didn't he?
Fade 80 carry?
Yeah, Fade 80 carry. Chenny was doing the exam.
Yeah. But he looked good, Yele, in the jungle. He looked impressive.
It's funny. Like, Hingers isn't on screen, but he's feeding us information, but it's just all, like, incorrect. He's like, you've seen those things, like, on Anchorman. No, what was it? It was Bruce Almighty, where he just changes the teleprompter to, like, be all random words.
That's
and the
Hingers?
guys, yeah, that's Hingers right now.
You're calling Hingers the god. Don't know. Be a bit careful.
No, because, yeah, what I'm trying to say is, obviously, people don't know it's him giving the information. Like, yeah, he was really sick. He was in the hospital. Jenny's just going to tweet in, I was, like, studying for an exam.
He was at an exam. He was trying to rush down.
He was physically at the exam. You're correct, Fish. Regardless, got a little bit of delay. That's why we got sick elevator music. That man on your screen, Chippies, didn't really have the most impressive game, but didn't have to.
He was hard carried. He didn't have any pressure from Shernfire almost topside map.
No.
He was too busy bottom lane. So he just relied on the rest of the map to do well, and they did. He didn't die, which was the crucial thing.
Exactly
he didn't
right.
give any advantage over to Regicide to potentially have a way back into the game.
Yeah, farmed up nice and easy. Suman had a little bit of a rough game 1. I think it's very fair to say.
He's had a very rough season, Suman.
Yeah, when he played on X5, we thought he was an absolute superstar. Then he came back for the Chiefs B team, and he looked okay on the special unit as well. Has kind of gone backwards since then, Fish.
And when he was on X5, he only played those Assassins. He had a couple of Orianna games, and he looked okay on it. But when he played Assassins, he was taking it to a lot of big-name mid laners.
Yep.
This split, he's on the opposite. He's played a lot of control mages, but very few Assassins. Unfortunately, the few times he has picked up an Assassin, has not been the same form as he was in Split 1. Which is why Regicide coming into this split, they looked scary. They had a superstar top laner, a great jungler and mid laner, and their bottom lane was, at the time, an untested support and a veteran AD carry. They looked like they were going to be someone who could take games off big teams, but they did all right in the first few weeks and just never started to improve again.
It's not even that. They just have been so vastly inconsistent. We've seen them get absolutely rolled by teams like TM Gaming, and then by Avant Gaming, and then they've looked fine versus TM, who was also taking games earlier, and then they looked okay versus Abyss as well, but everything kind of is falling apart now. So I'll be interested to see what's going on. As you can see, all the Direwolves members, I try to keep like as calm and as focused as possible. All of them are going to sit there with their eyes closed. They're going to say very little to each other. Yep. They know what the game plan is going into these best of threes. Obviously, Sharp drills them pretty well beforehand. So we'll see whether this slight delay does impact how they play the early game. Because last early game, they just came out and they just absolutely took care of business.
Yeah, I actually thought last split, first few weeks, I thought Direwolves were sleeping every time we saw them on the play cams. In fact, just meditating. And we saw that from their mic check. Destiny likes to lead that sometimes. We had a few supports to do that as well. Jake from AV was leading the meditation for AV at times.
He was also leading that massage chant that was going on.
They didn't offer me one. I was quite upset about that. You know, they started a train to give the masseuse a massage, but not the actual interview. I was a bit, burnt by that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them. You didn't win the game. They won the game. You don't deserve a massage. If anything, you should have been massaging them.
Wow. BM. Very sad.
That happens.
Now the production room's BMing me as well. This is not great. Anyway, let's go through picks and bans instead. Straight away, Thresh gets banned out by Regicide. A champion that we haven't seen too much picked, but has been banned a couple of times. Cogmore banned out very early by them as well.
Yeah, so obviously still think it's strong, but don't want to play it themselves in case they get camped out. See whether they first pick something like a Caitlyn in response. Because I don't think Direwolves are really going to ban Caitlyn here.
So we get a LeBlanc ban against Human and an Alistar ban. Chen Shuan was known as an Alistar one-trick.
Yeah, see whether the Renekton ban comes out as well.
And there have been a few games on blue side where red side first picked Alistar and gave over 2 incredibly strong picks afterwards, so not sure why we're still going with the ban. No Renekton ban, but Elise and Maokai taken off the table.
Yeah, all the tanks are left up, however, apart from Maokai. I mean, Cho'Gath, Zac, Gragas, everything we generally talk about as far as tank meta goes is up and ready to go.
ZZ has played a few games with Gragas, so that's still a big flex for Regicide. Braum was left up as well, one of the superstar supports in the current patch. That should get locked in for Direwolves here. Would not be surprised if they follow up with a Caitlyn or Kalista pick potentially.
Kalista Braum certainly has some strength in the lane fish, and there you go, locked in.
And we talked about this during Super Week. Caitlyn, now 7.14 to 7.15, has had a massive attack speed nerf, and not many people quite understand why it's so big, because the patch note is one line.
Yeah.
The scaling's been reduced from 4% to 2%, which doesn't look like a lot, but it's a lot when you hit level 18. That's a full Phantom Dancer worth of attack speed taken away.
So they go with a very aggressive lane here. It's going to be a Xayah. I would like to see a Rakan being picked up by Chen Shuan. Obviously known for his Alistar. Xayah Rakan, very good lane.
And there we go. Regicide picked the Lovers bottom lane for Kedu and Chen Shuan. Let's see how they go. Direwolves now should pick up their jungler of choice, and it's going to be Sejuani for Churnfire.
Yeah, definitely going to be a Shern, Sejuani. We did see Sejuani played a little bit top lane when she was first reworked fit.
Yeah, her passive was absolutely busted.
That's now been thrown in the bin, and you can see that all the things that the analyst desk are asking for, give Human a carry, one of his picks to be able to take over Summon's Rift. It's just not happening. They just keep banning out the guy's champion pool. And I think that does have to be pointed out, is even though we've been pretty hard on Human, he has the easiest champion pool to target ban of the carries of Regicide. We saw the games that he did play well was when they swapped to banning out Fade's champion pool, and then Human could kind of pick whatever he wanted.
Yep. So curious if he has anything else up his sleeve. We know he's a good talent player as well. He's not a particularly great Jace, but Direwolves have yet to throw Jace in the mid lane. Kassadin's the final ban that comes out for the Wolf Pack, so maybe a Corki?
Yeah, going to be Corki. See if he can play Cassiopeia. Because this is definitely going to be a blind Corki now, I feel, out of Fantix. As the analyst desk kind of said, he's been playing a lot of Talia in solo queue, but he's been playing... Oh, they banned the Cassio!
Wow, that's... yeah, not good. Strange. Now Corki gets a free lane, but they go for Galio instead.
So mid Galio. I mean, getting rid of the Kassadin is a pretty easy lane for Cassian into Galio, getting rid of Cassiopeia. On the other side is Cassiopeia is a great lane into Galio. I have no idea how Azir doesn't get into Galio.
Pick Cho'Gath. Run Cho'Gath into Galio. That's what you want to see.
Yep.
But Renekton was left up, and ZZ loves Crocodiles in the top lane. That gets locked in. Our final pick will be Sealman's pick of choice.
Chippies was smiling. I wonder what counter pick he's got for this. I
We're on
want to see him
top.
play
Let's go.
Jax.
Jax, Camille still left open, two of his signature champions. Victor is the final pick for Sealman. Now, Direwolves, last pick. Should be a mid laner for Fantix, unless they get... Sorry, top laner for Chippies. I was going to say, unless they get creative with this Galio pick, send that top lane instead. Jax, you called it. He's going to be picked up. There's a decent matchup against Renekton and outscales him incredibly hard.
Direwolves have been streaming heaps lately. I'll shout them out. Follow their Snapchat or their Instagram because they generally post when they're going to go live with their individual streams. One of them streams every night, I think, at the moment during the week. I've been watching Chippy's stream whenever he has been firing it up. I like watching Chippy's play. He's got a really relaxing voice, in my opinion. He's also a Kiwi, so shout out to the New Zealanders. They produce very good top laners historically. But he plays this quite a bit. He plays the Jackson to Renekton matchup. Whenever he can get his hands on it, he thinks it's a winning matchup for Jax, of course. Stops out the stun now. Renekton still has some sustain advantage on you, but as the game ramps up, Fish, and you just scale, you start destroying him.
I've played against Chippies once ever, and I played Renekton into his Camille. Did not enjoy myself. It was worse than that last game.
Let me tell you, Chippies is a better top laner than you. I've seen you go 20 kills, and Chippies is at least twice as good as you in the top lane.
No,
Fish, of course, hovers around, D1 master as well. So I can't throw too much shade at the moment because I am dipping very rapidly towards the pits of solo queue.
But no, everyone in the OPL is much better than me. I've played against many of them, and they all dumpster me. It's not fun.
Hey, apparently that's not true. Apparently you've had some good games against
Oh,
people.
no, against Claire, that's it. But he was playing off-roll top lane. That was the only good game I've had against OPL players. Every other time, it's not great. No, not fun.
But going into this game, I think that what we need to focus on, like what Regicide can actually take away from it, because they're using a substitute. We don't know. We're about to hear from Vicarious whether this is going to be a permanent substitute or something like that, whether they think Yele is the future of the team. And if so, then they don't need to necessarily win this game. They just need to have a much better early game than what they had last time around.
Which was the mindset we saw against the last team, I guess, Direwolves. It was TM that came in with that mindset. So let's see Regicide doing the same thing. For now, check in with their coach Vicarious, who's standing by with fingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the coach of Regicide, Vicarious. A rough loss in Game 1 for you guys. And also in Game 1, we saw Direwolves ban out a lot of mid laners for Suman. They ban out Ari, they ban out LeBlanc. Fewer mid laners banned out this time around, I think, or fewer classic Suman mid laners. But you guys have chosen to, an interesting pick, I feel, get it going, Victor into Galio. Can you talk us through that pick?
Okay, so it was interesting to see the change in ban fix from targeting the jungle into targeting the mid lane. So that was something that we didn't really expect. But this game, Galio and Victor. Victor actually doesn't do too bad into Galio because you've got the gravity field. And also later on when you upgraded your Q, you also get your movement speed. So, and then your shove is pretty much as good as, if not better than Galio. So I just feel like that pick is actually better.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Well, for the rest of the match then, for the rest of the... what do you see as your win conditions for this game then?
Okay, so this game we have a much more all-rounder comp. They do have pretty good anti-diving with Braum, with Galio, with the Kalista, etc. But in extended fights, Victor will win out. Zaya is really good at defending them, pressuring us. Rakan have a very, very good team fight potential as well. So, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for speaking to us and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
There you go. So it didn't touch too much on Yele.
Too much? Fish, they didn't touch on Yele at all. Where's Laura? Bring her back. All I was expecting is, why did you make a substitute? Why did you pick Victor?
Well, so Victor there, apparently they think it's good into Galio mid.
I mean, it makes sense. Once you get first item, shove should be equally matched. You know how I know that about Victor, Fish? Because he instantly clears the wave as soon as he gets a Hextech upgrade.
Whereas Galio plays, range minions very well, but not the melee.
I didn't expect it to be this good, though.
It's bullying Fantix at the moment. Something you don't see from Victus too much is auto attack harass early on, but Suman's laying down the hurt onto Fantix.
Should have taken Ignite, mate. He would have been dead by now. You can see ZZZ shoving up and is going to be ganked. So another. How did he get level 3?
Counter-Strike actually stops the stun come out from ZZZ. They lock him down, and without Slice and Dice, First Blood's picked up by Chippies.
Fish, how did Shern get level 3?
Ooh, he's gone Raptors to red, and that's it. Triple experience, Quint? I don't know.
If he's running triple EXP, Quint, that is the cheesiest gank I have ever seen. Because there's no way, like, you can one experience Quint, you can know the timing of, you know, he has to take another camp there, but that is absolutely mind-boggling.
Yeah, very curious. Hopefully we'll be able to find out what that is, because, he's... I just can't see where he's farmed so far. Unless he's taken blue buff away from Yele, but I doubt that. He's a level behind.
Taking a major, the big Krug maybe. Don't know if that gets you to level 3 though.
But early gank for Chippy's top side.
Yep, so the opposite of what we saw last game. Chippy's still in the volatile matchup. We saw last game the bottom lane was definitely the scaling matchup, so we influenced that this time around. Able to get up there. We'll see whether Yele can return the favor. Chippy still has...
He's just a ward right now. He's actually a ward against Yele. He's going to stick around, and Chippy does the same thing, which is just waits to see if he leaves. But now he's got Doran's Blade and a longsword. That lane is going to tip heavily in Chippy's favor shortly. It's not even going to be a wait anymore.
He also has 3 pots fish. So, you know, that sustain area of the game that we were talking about, Chippies is going to also win out on eventually. Although ZZZ right now has a big creep wave, although he missed the cannon. That's a tilter. Pack it up. Go home. We're done here, boys.
And Chippies will slowly farm up the rest of the side. ZZ uses that time to go back to base and get a better shot for himself, puts himself in even footing.
Fantix has already TP'd back to lane and is really losing out. Yele into the bottom lane. They're going to stand and fight here, Tish.
They lock down Chen. Good shield being put up by Destiny as well. Stops majority of that damage from Kedu.
Yep, certainly did. You can see Yele left his jungle. Oh, it's human. Out of mana now. Out of potions.
But interesting pickup. Hunter's Potion picked up by Shernfire here very early.
Means he's going to stay full HP. We saw this when he played against Avant Gaming. Was just able to sit in their jungle time and time again and take away camps. That was the game that he nearly went up 100 CS. Hunter's Potion should mean that he never has to base. Of course, the way Hunter's Potions work is that it gives you an extra charge whenever you take a major camp. And it looks like, you know, he's just going to be able to sit on 5 charges.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. And we're just getting confirmation that he has no EXP quints at all. Shernfire does not run any EXP quints on his Sejuani. So how the heck did he get level 3? Was it just taking experience from top lane?
Yeah, I don't know how it happened. I mean, I'm sure someone's tweeting at me. Please, someone tweet at me. I've actually got my phone in my hand waiting for someone to be like, oh, you idiot, he did this. So I can actually find out, because that's really boggled my mind.
He's making a return visit towards top side of the map. Has not been spotted out by any wards. There is a Grump for him to take.
Cool, he took big Krug. So that's why the camp didn't despawn. So it was just one of the Krugs. You can confirm Raptors, red, big Krug. Shout out to Godcow. Yele gonna be collapsed on here. Yep. Fantix is already here, and Shern's level 6.
Fantix jumping in very early. Yeah, they will flash out. They just instantly lock down the Renekton. ZZ wants to go for a fight. Taunt comes out of Fantix. Shernfire still very low, but Yele destroyed by Chippies. Flash away, taking a lot of damage. Dominus is popped. Human steals that kill with the laser. Blast Cone does get Fantix over the wall.
So 1-for-1 trade, but this time around, ZZZ able to rotate over, and we just saw the power of Renekton in protracted fights. You could see that they weren't able to do enough damage to really chunk him out early, Fish.
Yep.
And then he just absolutely takes over the sustained damage of Dominus, as well as the ability to sustain up. And you also saw Suman flash in for the laser and the execute there, which was really nicely done.
Yep. He's going to get himself a nice lead in the mid lane. Chippies, however, absolutely destroyed the Gragas. Still level 5, and he's keeping ZZZ under control in this top lane.
Yeah, he is. But ZZZ, after falling down, you know, burning the flash that early into the game, you would expect him to be a little bit further behind.
He can dive this potentially.
He can if he ramps up on the
There he
turret.
goes. Going to be able to ramp up, gets the stun, easy kill. 3 already picked up by Chippies in succession.
Really nicely done. He did have flash available there. Could have traded his flash for Chippies potentially, but didn't want to burn it, and Chippies not have to flash because he had leap strike available. So you can understand what ZZZ was going for, Fish.
Very well played. Chippy's now with 3 kills. He's going to shove that wave into the turret, force a teleport out of ZZZ. He's a level up as well. Let's see what he's able to back and buy. Shenfire now trying to work on the blue buff over the side. That's spotted out by a ward, but doesn't seem like there's much they can do. Phage and Sheen was the pickup from Chippies right there.
However, Boots 2 picked up for ZZZ means that he's going to equalize a lot of this lane. It sounds silly, but until Trinity Force comes out for Jax, Boots 2 are just king versus any auto-attacking champion. Jax will 100% win the really short trades, but if ZZZ can extend this, make it more about, you know, the dominance and the ability to get multiple empowered Qs out, I think that he will be okay until that Trinity Force pickup is completed.
Let's see if he does that. Fantix in this mid lane now with blue buff, as well as a couple of components for items picked
Look
up.
at Shern. Shern's honestly just sitting in topside jungle.
Yeah,
he
he
has
hasn't
not
moved.
gone anywhere else. And they're going to send 3 members up to shut down ZZZ.
Not great. There's
He
a
should
water
know this
place
is coming.
there. There is a bottom lane gank coming from Regicide, but let's talk about that later. Ultimate thrown out by Shern early. Dominus is popped nice early by ZZ. He wants to clear out this wave, but he's going to get stun locked. Everyone flashing on him. Stun comes down. ZZ taking a lot of damage, and Chippies will be able to pick up this kill eventually. No!
He lives.
He's out! And they can't stop this. ZZ somehow doesn't know gets away. Regicide now start on Infernal Dragon.
He's an absolute wizard, Harry. That was really nicely played. Doesn't even burn the flash fish. Just able to wander out of that one. So hats off to ZZZ. Avoids the gank. His turret will fall down, but that's what happens when 3 people come up into your lane like multiple times. You can see that they're trying to get on the back of Chippies, but they have yet to really shut down ZZZ. He's fallen very far behind, but isn't out of the game just yet.
I still think that might just be enough for the Direwolves to continue snowballing topside map. Chippies will go back to base. Let's see if he's able to complete his Trinity first. Instead goes for Ninja Tabby straight up. Fantix takes absolutely no damage from Sealman right now.
Yep. That's what happens when you get some points. Well, you get a point into W, you get your magic shield up, as well as going towards what should be most likely an Abyssal Mask. You would think in this game, not much repetitive damage coming out. So, you know, maybe not going to go towards, what is that item called? Adaptive Helm.
Oh, that's
No, I obviously knew what Abyssal Mask was called because I already said its name twice.
Oops. Let's see if he does pick it up.
This could be a fight.
Regicide looking for
Human's
it.
already here, yeah.
Gravity Field though, not the best of placements, and Shenfire's heading towards back of the pit. This should mean that Riftel will go over to Regicide.
It's really nicely done. You can see that multiple members are already up here in Rakan. So they're able to get that one across, and that should be eventually turret equalization.
Is that the right call from Direwolves there? Just back off and give it over?
I mean, I think so, because I think they would have lost the team fight, Fish. Jax at this stage of the game still isn't as good at team fighting as what the Renekton's going to be. Might have been able to leap onto Suman and, you know, try and blow him up, but Suman's flash timer is very, very close, so they probably didn't have the exact. So, you know, interesting.
Bottom lane going in favor of King as well as Destiny still.
Yele is also going Magic Enchant on his jungle item.
Quick Runic Echoes.
They're real annoying, by the way. These two champions.
They don't stop talking.
Like, real annoying.
So to beat Spawn when he's playing support in solo queue, just pick Xayah Rakan and just keep talking. Are they the new Ivan for you? You know, don't want to ever see these champions
Nah,
play?
see, they at least have exciting playstyles. So I can put up with their jibber jabber for the playstyle they bring to League of Legends. Ivan doesn't even have that. Shern going to look for some aggression in this bottom lane that he spots out Yele. He, of course, has gone Cinderhulk and has it completed Fishery. Oh, here we go.
Shen charged on by Shenfire, goes in with his ultimate trying to lock down King, but can't get the final charm. Instead, goes for a double knock-up. King will pull back Destiny.
Feathers everywhere, Fish.
Big ultimate coming out of Kedu will lock them down. Destiny's forced to flash away, but they do kill the AD carry first. Galio now going to charge into this team fight. Shenfire is flashing on Yele's face. King pulls it out, gets the blade of the road King prong. It's actually a Bilgewater Cutlass for the execute, and I will still want this turret.
Yeah, I thought they might be able to turn that one around because Kedu had a very nice ultimate, but unfortunately weren't able to get there in time. Now, however, they've collapsed onto Suman. Teleport is completed, but absolutely wasted out of ZZZ.
And that's going to be a free turret for Chippies in the mid lane. So he's rotated down halfway across the map.
You can see Direwolves still want to fight now.
Redicide are waiting behind Fog of War to see if they can catch anyone out. But instead, just clearing out the waves, and it should be a one-team fight for Direwolves. 4,000 gold up. Chippy's batters away at this turret.
Yeah, and he's now getting incredibly far ahead. I mean, we said it wasn't at tipping points just yet, but now 2,000 gold up. We'll be able to go back and complete that Trinity Force very soon, Fish.
I think he needs 300 more gold.
Yep, certainly does. And then lights out for the Renekton.
Good night, ZZZ. But for now, he's still just going to be a nuisance on Jax. But once that Trinity Force is complete, it's going to be very difficult for Regicide because ZZZ is one of the members that is performing well on their team. No teleport available for the Crocodile. Chippy still has his, and Fantix has one as well. And despite not using their teleports, they're still the first to rotate in all these fights.
Exactly right. I mean, they're just beating Regicide to the map. You saw that even though that looked like it was a fight Regicide wanted to take, they had very clear vision of Yele the whole time. So it wasn't like they were going into it blind. Yele now heading top lane for maybe the last attempt onto the Jax that they're going to get.
Well, he does have Rift Herald, and he has Runic Echoes here. So if he is able to combo Chippies, it'll be a lot of damage.
But you see that Shern also is up there as well. Every single time he's there, just looks like it's being matched by the Direwolves jungle. Instead, they pop it and leave. So maybe get one charge here.
He walks so funny. She walks incredibly funny. But is angry when she charges. I don't know how someone can charge that quick but walk so slow.
So some good chip damage onto the turret Fish, but will fall down before it takes it. So still 5,000 gold for Direwolves and a commanding 2-0 victory. Looks like it's on the way.
Let's see if they can keep up this pressure. They decided to look better in this match, but not that much better.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the game's been played at a different tempo. It's not as quick for Shern, but he's playing Sejuani as opposed to an Elise. And I don't think you can really ask for more, although here we go.
They're trying to engage on Destiny. We'll be able to catch King as well with the charm, but the door comes back up, blocks the cast from Yele, and they're going to be absolutely fine.
They're going to look to turn it, in fact, Fish.
Galio and Chippies both come down. Shenfire collapses too. Yele first to fall. Chen shortly after. Kedu going to get slowed out by King as well. Rips out that spear to make sure he has to flash away.
Yeah, Shern still has ultimate, so they're going to look to chase and throw.
They've locked him down. Chippy's going to counter-strike his way in. No ultimate available for him. Locked down, and he goes unstoppable.
Yeah, and even though you said this game looks better, really it doesn't, because all of a sudden Direwolves are going to go up 6,000 gold. They're going to look to take another turret. Shern is actually taking that wave, so the creeps will stay alive, potentially for a second wave push.
That could be Inhibitor, picked up by Direwolves here. They've got to go back to base. Okay, respawn timers do come out from Yele, as well as Shen, so they're safe for now. But now mid lane outer turret definitely going to be under fire.
Yeah, exactly right. Chippies has already put so much work into it. And, you know, we said that Direwolves were a team that didn't look great at playing Galio mid lane to get Fantix more on a carry threat. Well, he's shown today that certainly looking very good fit.
Certainly is. Another Dragon's going to be picked up in this match, this time for the Direwolves. Ocean Dragon goes their way. The Infernal Drake earlier fall, Regicide's not going to matter too much, 6,000 gold behind. But we'll have to see. ZZ's also going towards a more standard Renekton build with the Black Cleaver first, and now looking for more health. So not for his Blade of the Ruined King route.
Yeah, I think that when you're down 6,000 gold, playing standard is probably the best Fish. Might even need to grab a tank item for himself. Yele's been shadowing his lane quite heavily, but unfortunately just not getting all that much done. You know, Suman, he's having a better game, but he's against a Galio mid, which doesn't really output all that much pressure.
But what about the Runic Echoes for Gragas? Because we know it used to be one of the staple pickups for him. Besides him and Elise, no one else really used the item, and Cinderhulk as well as Warriors was more common.
Yep.
But since Cinderhulk's been changed, it seems like the outright must-go-to pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's way better clear, right? Because you get the clear component at 900. When you complete Runic Echoes, you're one of the quickest clearers in the game for Gragas, but it just takes you so long to get there because it's a little bit more expensive to buy the components. Means he probably went Q-Max, didn't want to run in the jungle, all those other things that Runic Echoes give you. I just don't like it. It doesn't make you tanky enough for this mid-game that is dominated by tanks. And we've seen time and time again, he's the first person on his team to get blown up.
Let's see if anything changes this. Mid lane, Suman and Fantix go toe-to-toe. That's a big Galio.
Certainly is. I mean, he's so tanky right now that he was able to... He's going to go Adaptive Helm, by the way, it looks like. He was able to go Righteous Glory before he had to finish his first major MR item. So much of the damage coming out right now is ZZZ. So getting that Righteous Glory, getting some armor as well as the ability to run into people is going to be incredibly useful. And they're all collapsing mid.
Yep.
Suman probably dead. Fish.
Fantix can look to try and turret dive. Gravity Field gets thrown down, but he uppercuts his way in. Knocked back by the field, and Charm comes out on the chippies. But Shenfly's there to back up his mace, and a big Galley ultimate will come through as well. Good damage from Suman so far, but he's out of mana and can't continue.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great ultimate coming out of Suman because it hit all 5 members twice. But at the same time, I mean, no one falling down. Fantix is still very healthy. He's going to zoom towards him.
Righteous Glory, taunt, uppercut, good damage. Suman has to be careful.
Yeah, certainly has to respect this. Galio can see that he does no damage to him. And Fantix nearly had enough damage to be able to pick that up.
Ooh.
Miss smite from Shern. First thing that's gone right in the jungle of Regicide all game long.
Yeah, they gets a blue buff for himself. But Direwolves, they should be very happy where they're at. 7,000 gold up. Bottom lane's completely open.
Today has been a great day for Direwolves. They're going to reclaim top of the ladder. They've played 2 very clean games of League of Legends. AB has stolen a game very well, by the way. They're great thieves off Legacy. Quick 2-0 there. They were in and out. No one even knew that the job had been started yet, Fish. Full Ocean's 11 style.
That's a good movie.
Fantastic movie.
Fantix now looking for an engage onto Suman in mid lane. Pops his cleanse. The rest of Direwolves follow up. Uppercut. Interrupted by Yele, but now him and Chun Shuan are the ones that are in trouble. King diving into the back lines. Tanker turrets and everything, but Feathers will be pulled out from Keru, forcing him to back away now. Mid lane out of turret under siege. No minions yet for Direwolves.
Yeah, this turret's taken a while to break open, Fish. However, at the same time, they could just look towards a Baron as they've got the Kalista as well as a very tanky Shenfire. They don't go towards it. They want to play this one nice and standard.
They've got Chippies as well, who is putting down the hurt onto ZZ. Red buff and all.
Yeah, exactly right. With that red buff, going to be able to take it. Oh, yeah, they look to steal another camp.
Gets a small wall.
That has become his victory now.
Direwolves now setting up for this Baron. Instantly pull the trigger on the teleport from Chippies as well.
This could, however, be a little bit risky because Baron will do some damage.
Scattered out by Regicide.
Suman's in base.
Rennington is trying to teleport into the fight, but without Suman, it's going to be difficult. Too many spears thrown already, and Direwolves just collapse. They turn straight away. ZZZ in trouble. Direwolves Chippies is dominating as he gets his double kill. Keru locked down as well. That's 3 for the Jax. Try and make it 4. He gets Suman. Is this going to be the pentacle for him? Yele's trying to run away. Destiny wants this one, slowing down the Gragas. Chippies might jump over the wall to continue the fight, and he does. Blast code is there. There goes the counter-strike. Can't lock down Yele. The rest of the Wolfpack are doing Baron, but Chippies wants his damn pentakill. Come back here, Gragas. Tag by Winner's Spy. Pentakill picked up by Chippies.
Yeah, really nicely done for Chippies. Jax has always been one of his champions and putting on a clinic. I mean, Shern gave him the early pressure that he needed to absolutely take over this game. 1-15, 12,000 gold for the Wolfpack. And 10-0-1 for their superstar top laner.
On his signature champion as well, with Baron buff and that big of a lead. And it looks like it's lights out for Regicide.
Yeah, so let's just follow Chippies. Goes in, so much CC, had the counter-strike running, smacking down priority target after priority target. And you can see that as soon as Fantix and Shern stun them up, he is just there to execute all of the members. The last one was probably thanks to Destiny, to be honest. Otherwise, Yele might have got out. He's a mobile man for someone so fat, but still just able to stick with that play. He's really good at cancelling autos on Jaxo. That's one thing I will say. He cancels a lot of autos, Fish.
He does.
Jax has got a weird auto attack animation, though.
He's it's cost him kills in the past.
Yep.
However, Direwolves now 12,000 gold up, 22 minutes in. This, again, is looking like a repeat of game 1 where there's nothing Regicide can do.
Yeah, completely agree. At this stage of the game, Jax is 10-0-1. He's probably big enough to take over the game by himself. He's got the wings next to his name. That lets you know that he's got lots of money. He's got 11,000 gold. Richest member on the map is farming nearly at the clock as well. They think they can kill Shern.
Let's see if they can. They got good damage onto him, and now Trenchern's forced to back out straight into the taunt coming out from Fantic. Slams the ground. Can't quite kill him, but that's 3 members of the Direwolves, and all 3 of these members deal no damage. And they're putting up a 3-on-5. This is not good for Regicide.
No, it isn't. Because right now, Direwolves just tank their entire lineup with only their tanks. And it is going to be the adaptive helm picked up by Fantic, so just preferring that item over the Abyssal Mask. Ooh.
There's not too much magic damage coming out from the Direwolves for him to amplify. Makes sense.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Never thought about it that way. Well spotted, 99.
Direwolves going to continue pushing through the mid lane into Turret Falls. King was split pushing top side of the map. Never thought I'd see a Kalista be the one in a 1-3-1.
I mean, so much of her kit synergizes with another person, so I agree with you. She shouldn't Fish, but at the same time, if no one can catch or kill King, it doesn't really matter all that much.
It does not.
Probably going towards a Phantom Dancer next. Do you play much Kalista?
No. Kalista and Vayne are the 80 carries that I've always told I have to try and play, but I just can't pick them up.
Yeah, not a massive fan of them either. I was always like Jinx Sivir.
Jinx, Sivir, Caitlyn, all those immobile ones.
Caitlyn's
No Caitlyn?
boring.
What?
She's real boring, dude.
Disappointing. I want to see more Jinx, though. I thought she'd come back.
I thought she
That's
was
not.
actually going to come back when Caitlyn was a massive popular pick.
She does so well into Caitlyn.
Yeah, always been the lane that I like to see. Shove Caitlyn in with the rockets. Come online roughly at the same time, but do more damage because of the AoE crits. But apparently Trap was just too big for Caitlyn.
It's busted.
Yep.
That ability. Ooh.
I feel like as soon as we gave Caitlyn that much utility on Trap, that it kind of swung all her bad matchups.
And, yeah, I mean, Sivir was a matchup that was good for Sivir until 5 traps came out.
Yep. Because what happens is now you just set up the 3 traps underneath turret, and then...
Shenfire stole that red, by the
yeah,
way.
it certainly did. Here we
and
go.
they collapsed with this human.
Flash forward available out of King. Doesn't even use it.
Dead. And teleport's coming in for Chippies to try and end this game. Direwolves will take an inhibitor turret at least for the troubles. Regicide just can't fight.
Potentially can look for the fight because here comes Shern.
Oh, jumps in, locks down ZZZ. Trenchern gets a great charm off and knocks up 2 people. But Regicide just can't follow up. ZZ wants to go in, instantly obliterated. Kedu's the next to 4, throws out his ultimate, has to flash away, still gets stunned. Double kill picked up by the Jax. Yele's inside the fountain, but Spears will be ripped out of him, and King gets the ace. Direwolves will put themselves back on top of the table.
Yeah, they should be able to win the game here. I mean, 13 seconds on both Suman and Chenchuan at the moment, but it looks like they have the damage here, Fish. And this is a commanding day of League of Legends. First Avant, now Direwolves, both in under 60 minutes of game time, will pick up back-to-back 2-0s.
Super Week looked good for Legacy. They finished top of the table, but Direwolves reclaim their throne and look like the force to be reckoned with once again.
And that man on your screen would have enjoyed that game. It's fun playing Jax when you're just able to unleash on people like that. No pressure because his jungler got him ahead early. If you've got to pick an MVP of this best of, it probably has to be Shern because he dictated tempo of both of these games. Like, generally only he can when he's in form.
And it was good to see as well, Fantix, rotating out of the Corki picks. He played 2 different champions in the mid lane today.
Yeah, actually, this time around, the Galio looked really good out of Richard.
It did.
Was impressed by his Galio play. Got poked out very early, but Victor's Q spam does do that to people.
Sneak
bit
peek.
of damage.
Sneak peek
of what's to come. But yeah, I mean, really, Shern game 1 attack bottom lane, opened up that side of the map. This time around, creative jungle pathing, Raptors red, big golem, level 3, gank top before I think ZZZ was ready for it. Sways the most volatile matchup again. Really looking forward to it. Yele probably had a better performance than Fade. was a little bit more active, but still fell behind, and there was really nothing it looked like Regicide could do today.
And again, Regicide, you can only really look towards their top lanes. ZZ had 2 okay games.
Oh,
Okay, it's not enough.
he is a shining light down a very dark tunnel right now, Fish, and it takes you a while to spot it, but it is kind of there. Would be excited to see what would happen if ZZZ was on a very good OPL team, but right now, unfortunately for Regicide, that is not them.
I mean, they still have a couple more weeks in the OPL before promo relos as well as the Gauntlet run starts. Hopefully we'll be able to see more out of Regicide in general. As the OPL is coming to a close, and all those improvements we saw in the first few weeks, not quite there anymore in the last few. But for now, to end out the game, let's set it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Direwolves 2-0 over Regicide, so Lightning did not strike twice, Jish. They were not too upset
One
today,
prediction right.
but it does mean that Direwolves are currently sitting top of the table now, overtaking Legacy. Let's talk about this game, though. Kind of a better showing for Regicide compared with their first game, which was almost a perfect game.
Yeah, they had a much better draft. I thought Fantix going back into the Galio gave Soyman a bit more room to scale and play the Victor, as well as their bot lane. They got Zyra Khan, which is quite a good matchup, and you could see that they were pushing like a 10 CS lead for a bit of time.
Yeah, I think, when Vicarious gave them a little bit more flexibility in terms of like early game laning, and they weren't just getting shoved in, they definitely held up more of a fight. Today they still weren't enough to take down Direwolves, but yeah, the second game was remarkably better, I'd say.
All right, well, those are our initial thoughts, but standing by with Fish right now is the support player for Direwolves Destiny, so let's throw it to them right now for the interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the support from the Direwolves Destiny. It was a very decisive day of League of Legends. You guys picked up a very clean 2-0 over Regicide. How do you feel about those games?
Yeah, I think the games were very relevant to our practice. We've been playing a lot better recently. Ever since the loss against Legacy, we've been putting in a lot more effort. And moving forward, we're definitely looking forward to the Gauntlet.
Now, that's fantastic to hear. And speaking of that, now that you guys picked up the 2-0 and Legacy lost today, back on top of the table, you guys have it in your hands to make it all the way to the grand finals. Is that your goal, and you planning and preparing for that?
Yep, definitely. We're definitely going to 2-0 in the next 2 weeks. If we don't, then obviously we don't deserve to be first.
Okay.
So, yeah, hard work will pay off.
Yep, good. Great to hear that. I hope to see that from you guys as well. But to end on a bit of a lighter note, you started that pentakill for Chippies there. You flashed onto the Gragas. Were the comms going in between the two of you while the rest were taking Baron about that?
Yeah, instantly when Chippy's got the quad, give me the penta, give me the penta. So I chased him down, I flashed for him, and yeah, Chippy's got a penta and we got the Baron. So win-win.
That's great to hear that. Congratulations on your win. Good luck to you guys in the next few weeks. We'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks very much, Fish.
What a true support. Giving his top laner, flashing to give his mate a pentakill. Good on him.
Do you agree that they're going to tour the next 2 weeks, Jish?
Yeah, do you?
Yeah?
Obviously not. Like, I don't know. What do you want me to say?
No, I just think it's the confidence out of Destiny there. Confidence.
Yeah,
out
I mean,
of Destiny.
confidence, yes, but he also just said like if he's not good enough to win those games, he doesn't deserve to come first. So it's like a bit of realism and determination in him too, not just like blind confidence or arrogance, I'd say.
Oh man, I'm excited for that last week of games. All right, Choo-Choos, I know in this game though, Regicide kind of fell apart, and was it kind of a similar mistakes they made to the first game as well?
Yeah, just uncoordinated team fights, really, or skirmishes. The biggest thing I want to highlight is Gragas has built ability power. So he's going to die a lot faster than Sejuani here. And you can see Sejuani does a really good job seeing the entire Direwolves squad here. But you can just see the Braum shield nullifies so much damage out of the Xayah. And really, there's just more damage coming out of Direwolves. And they end up getting a 2-0 here. Renekton TP's down, and they don't really get anything from that play. But it just shows that like this Braum pick was very, very smart coming out of Sharp, and it nullified a lot of damage that the Regicide squad had drafted into.
Yeah, and one of the weaknesses that Braum has is he doesn't have like a great engage tool, and then taking the Callista with it obviously just makes up for that. So obviously what he doesn't have in his go button ultimate, he has in Callista's go button ultimate.
Yeah.
But I think we watched on from the tail end of that, so that Regicide did TP for that play and couldn't get anything out of it. So then the next fight, bottom lane, we see that there's a bit of aggression coming out of Regicide, and they look to go onto the Braum again. And I think he gets ultimated out by King initially, and then Shenchuan still lands the charm. A fantastic shield out of Destiny to block the Gragas cast, and Suman's still sitting in mid lane when Fantix is already ultimated down. Schönfire's in the lane. I think Chippy's TP down as well, because obviously he had TP advantage. And this is sort of just like the game's becoming very, very hard, for Regicide to get any look in now. Nice little ultimate at the end just to grab Kedu, and one more kill.
That's a 5-0 Jax.
Yeah, onto Chippy's there. So halfway to his pentakill. Yeah, not bad.
It just felt like the King was doing a lot of damage in that fight as well for that. But you spoke about Chippy's then, and he obviously picked up the penta during that game. And like you said, when we're watching it, second New Zealand to pick up a penta.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just it's a nice note to end on, I guess, for the Direwolves. You know, they had a really good performance today, and Chippy's himself, I think, played quite well. So it's just like the little extra reward after a 2-0. But it's actually a really nice team fight, and it's that sort of team fight CC comp we saw Avant run a little bit, and Direwolves shown that they're very good at it too. So the Sejuani layering of CC. Chippy's flashes for the quadra kill there, and you can tell now that he's screaming in things that are definitely not PG to give him this last kill. You know, he jumps over the wall there.
Just leaves his team to finish Baron. I've got my own priorities here, guys.
I mean, they know the game's over at this point. Destiny's like, all right, yeah, I guess I'll help you. And yeah, he picks up the pentakill.
Yeah, great stuff. True support, always willing to flash to get the penta for your top lane, like you said.
Yeah, Chippy's Jax, definitely something that he showed to be very proficient on in Rift Rivals.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's definitely something to look forward to.
Real good stuff out of Chippy. So does this make Direwolves now, I guess, after today's performances, are they the best team in O's? Will you say that?
It's really hard to say, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
I mean, Sin beat Chiefs and Legacy lost to Avant, and Avant have lost to everyone.
Nearly everyone.
Yeah, just like the loss from Legacy today definitely shook things up. So it's a lot. Like, this is probably the most interesting split of OPL ever.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I guess we said that, we're looking at the first sort of rounds of rematches and stuff, and we sort of have an idea of where the table is. But upsets like this, the upsets like a Legacy Avant, do make it quite exciting. And I don't think that you can really say there is like one clear leader at the moment.
I think we said that at the start of the split. We were like, this is by far and away the split, especially after after Gauntlet Run last split. This split is a split where any of the top five teams can beat any other top 5 teams. And then I think when Abyss beat AV, we were like, oh, maybe they're a bit shaky. But since then, obviously, bouncing back very well, beating Legacy like this week, like you said, really has shaken things up. So, I mean, if you're Regicide then, you're looking to the next couple of weeks, do you reckon they can take a win before they get out of here?
They're in a difficult group, I believe. They're in the Chiefs Direwolves group. So who's the last?
So next week they play Chiefs, and then week 9 they take on Abyss.
So they definitely have a rough group, and they're just going to be looking at not coming last.
Yeah,
they're going to be looking. They have the head-to-head over TM, so they're going to be looking to take one win wherever they really can, because every point is very crucial for them.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously at the moment, I think TM have really dug their own grave at this point, and I guess. Yeah, Regicide are trying to make sure that their ankles aren't like a grasping reach being pulled down with them sort of thing. So I think that they're going to try to pick up a sneaky point here or there just to stay out of relegation.
Point. All right, well, let's take a look at the results from today's games then to recap our day of League of Legends on the Rift. AV were able to upset Legacy and give them their first loss of the split 2-0, and then Direwolves made sure work of Regicide, taking them out 2-0 as well. An early night finish.
Quick day of League of Legends.
A quick day of League of Legends. But tomorrow, Chiefs will take on Abyss and TM will take on Sin. And we'll see if there are any more upsets to be had. Jish, obviously you won't be on the desk tomorrow, so give us a quick sneaky preview of Chiefs versus Abyss. What do you got in store for us?
Clean 2-0, faster than today's games.
Whoa!
No, maybe not. Actually, no. Last time we versed Abyss, I think they were like smacking our Nexus, and I was like, all right, game 3. So
that's true.
Yeah, hopefully we just don't get that close to losing.
That should have been a 3-game series.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, I'd like to thank Choo Choos and Jish for being here today, as well as you for watching us at home, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
He's going to at least blow flash. He's trying to remount, but he doesn't even flash the CC and just dies for first blood. Great Temper Fate comes out of Cupcake. That keeps him alive. The bowler will come out of Silver, but Shockwave keeps him back. Cupcake's alive. AV still want this fight. Claire's the next target, taken out very low. Winter's Bite will lock him down, and Triple gets a second kill. Big Cataclysm for Carbon, and Shockwave only connects on the Braum. Here comes the flash out. Claire in the back lines on top of Claire. That's one falling. Carbon goes out next. Triple going to be picked up here for another kill for AV. Carbon now in trouble, flagging and dragging into the fight, but he gets killed. Blinky's flashing forward with Sybil as well. Series gets the bear trap on the road, will knock back Loss, and it's going to be a 1-team fight for AV as well as Baron picked up. And Blinky's left to deal as much damage as he wants. Gets hit by Temper Fate, but Tally will fall. Rips the spears out of him. Loss is trying to get into the backlines. Will take down Triple and hop away. Good shutdown. But everyone from AV collapses on top of the AD carry from Legacy. Series charging into the backlines, but they're already onto the Nexus turrets here. Legacy will put up a last stand, but it's not going to be enough. They take down the mid laner, but that's about it. And AV charge towards the Nexus. They take game 1 over Legacy. They're trying to lock down Loss. He gets stunned and locked down by Jake. That's going to be first blood picked up by Blinky, and that destroys the Adoration stacks. Legacy have to try and fight this one 4-on-5 to kick things off, but they've already killed Cupcake. Loss is stuck against everyone, throws out the Whirling Dam, but he's going to fall as well. Double kill for Sybil. Make that another one picked up by Blinky as well. And AV have stormed onto Summoner's Rift again. Often Carbon's in amongst this fight as well. He's going to be careful. Package nicely delivered into the backlines. Claire falls. Carbon now in a lot of trouble. Oh, you hate to see it. Carbon with the fat finger flashes into a wall. His Bloblets are going to die, and that's 2 picks for Triple. And bottom lane already at half health. Carbon charging up for the initiation. But look at Jake. He's got it as well. Blinky as well as Triple able to avoid the equalizer. They will deliver series in the backlines, but he throws down a Cataclysm as a last stand. And that might be all over, ladies and gentlemen, because Legacy are hitting the deck here. Knock up lands onto Claire. He's going to get taken down as well. And AV are charging towards the Nexus. That is decisive. League of Legends coming out from Avant Gaming. They storm onto the Rift in game number 1. They take it down easily against Legacy. They're having a bit of trouble here without their minions destroying that final Nexus turret. They still want to end this game. Cupcake's doing everything he can to try and stop this one. Karma's now joined the fight. Blinky and Triple still trying to kite around and hit this damn Nexus, and it will fall. Legacy will drop 2-0 to AV. Let's see what happens. That's a flash straight up to Trenchard, who gets ignited straight away. Will use his heal, and they get good damage on him. First blood picked up by Shermfire. Fantix now right on top of the Orianna. Shockwave used very early to get an even trade. Rock still being thrown. That's a flash angry counter to face. Silver gets taken down. Chippies will finally get on in. Jama's the first to fall. Redicide are grouped up as 4, but Kedu gets shoved back. Shockwave lands on 2. King and Destiny are fine though. There's the heal being used by Chen. Shermfire looking for a cocoon. Good blast cone though. However, they do combo Sealman in the mid lane, and rocks are being thrown one after the other. Big team fight for the Wolfpack. You see Z engaged for nothing. Teleports coming in from Chippies. He looks to be the first target, but he's very healthy. Double slam from Chippies. Almost kills 2 people. Kato gets sniped from the Caitlyn. No one from Redicide wanted to take the bullet for him. 19 minutes in, pick up 3 kills, and they're in the base. Faye trying to jump on King's face. Will he be able to get that kill? He does! He stops the perfect game spawn! Redicide have done something, but the rest of their team is getting absolutely smashed. Shutdown comes out from Kedu, but 3 members of the Direwolves are alive. Big headbutt pole coming out from Destiny. ZZ is going to fall first. Sealman as well as Kedu already retreating towards the fountain. They can't fight against that. Big Shockwave will come out, but it's already a double kill picked up by Chippies. Direwolves will finish up this game 23 minutes in, and a very decisive victory.
How did he get level 3?
Counter-Strike actually stops the stun coming out from ZZ. They lock him down, and without slice and dice, first blood's picked up by Chippies. ZZ in trouble. Direwolves Chippies is dominating as he gets his double kill. Kedu locked down as well. That's 3 for the Jacks. Try and make it 4. He gets Sealman. Is this going to be the pentacle for him? Yele's trying to run away. Destiny wants this one, slowing down the Gragas. But Chippies wants his damn pentakill. Come back here, Gragas. Tag my winner's fight. Pentakill picked up by Chippies.
Yeah, and this is a commanding day of League of Legends. First Avant, now Direwolves, both in under 60 minutes of game time, will pick up back-to-back 2-0s.
Super Week looked good for Legacy. They finished top of the table, but Direwolves reclaim their throne and look like the force to be reckoned with once again.